Welcome to today's continuation of the main campaign in Fire Emblem Engage after having dipped into the paralogs as they've come up. We are at this point expecting 2 more side chapters at some point, at the very least for Celica and Martha respectively. How soon we will claim them is at this point uncertain. It might be in this chapter, it might be something later. Not really sure, but it's clear at this point that we are hopefully nearing the home stretch, and may even manage to finish the games sometime this month. Not too much to say about our setup after previously clearing the paralog with Roy. We put Roy back on Marin for the time being, and we just made a couple of very minor item changes when it comes to item crafting. I was longing to put a weapon that had magic damage back on Anna again after having swapped off to Hurricane X, since it didn't really make sense for somebody with such low defense. So we have a Radiant Bow on her for the time being. We've also gotten Alchrist up to a Brave Bow, since having the build +4 off of being paired with Leaf has given him quite a lot of flexibility when it comes to using heavier weapons. So just a couple of minor changes like that. Probably some other ones that I haven't quite described or documented here. But regardless, let's just play. Let's continue. We'll probably stick with the main team for now. It's after chapter after chapter of kind of being pigeonholed into the same squad, but you know, who knows if the cap on that will be raised. Let's see what happens. We've been on the main story for so long at this rate. Playing this game for over a month.
What?
Probably about 5 weeks in now.
You let them take 2 of our rings?
Oh, yes they did. They're in big trouble. Oh, right. I was wondering if we'd eventually recruit them as well.
See, we figured if we stole a couple rings...
There's no point stealing theirs if we keep losing ours, you morons!
I'm sorry, okay? But Lord Sombron will understand. He's not gonna scold us for losing a couple rings.
He's going to consider you extremely disposable for losing a couple rings, but the naivety
Yes?
is charming in its own way.
That hurt!
You should have done as I ordered. No
Not
more,
fatal. We could still
and
potentially
no
recruit her
less.
someday.
I cannot protect you this time.
Me? It's your fault we lost the Ring of the Holy Knight!
I was following Lady Vale's orders. Do you mean to suggest she is at fault?
Well, no, but
I will not make excuses.
You.
Marnie was merely seeking your praise.
What a selfless display. Or perhaps you fear what I'll do to Lady Vale if I'm angry.
His motives are very well
Alas,
understood.
It's too late. I've already cast the spell.
What? You promised to wait until our return.
I meant to, I really did. And don't speak to me of promises. You have broken your vow to Lord Sombra. As the head of this family,
punish? What are you gonna do?
Marnie, run!
I don't think so.
Okay, so she's going to be enveloped in flame, and so is he, and we'll see
Look at that.
whether we can
Both out cold.
do some kind of
Seemed
intervention.
painful too.
Oh, we
Stop your
totally get to recruit them.
salivating. You have work to do.
What should I do with them?
Oh, they'll come crawling back. I trust
They've got
you won't
plenty
be
of places to be.
distracted from the task I gave you. Even as they inflict pain upon you,
I know. I've got to see if that loser is Lord Sombron's kid.
Definitely a tale of the duality
Here we
of
are.
man and dragon.
Lucia Castle.
Sombron is likely within those walls.
Yes.
I hope she's safe. But there's a chance she'll face us as an enemy. Be vigilant. At the first sign of danger, we...
At the first sign of danger, we're going to be locked into at least a map, possibly more.
What's wrong?
Those words... They're Marth's. That's what he told me at Distinia Cathedral before. We still haven't recovered from our defeat that day.
What did he
if
say?
It happens again.
Oh yes, that's right. At the first sign of danger, we should retreat. That's fair warning.
It won't. We're stronger than ever before. You've really stepped into your role of divinity.
You really think so?
Yes. That's why I know we'll get the emblems back.
That's the highest praise you could give me. Let's go.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen. I mean, of course they will. It's
Is
just a matter of
Illusion
how stylishly
Castle
we'll do it.
usually this quiet?
No. I would at least expect royal soldiers to be standing guard.
Maybe Sombron dealt.
You mean turn them into the corrupted?
No.
Who needs those boring soldiers?
Okay, we'll fight him. Let's see what he's carrying. He looks like a physical attacker to me. I'm expecting him to have Marth rather than Celica, but
Been a while,
I was also kind of expecting Marth to come last, so
Welcome.
maybe
You must be tired
expectations
after that
have been
long
subverted.
journey.
I don't remember who he was holding, in fact, in the mini-boss festival back in Chapter 17.
Oh, and look,
Because
the
at the
long
time,
lost princess.
Their leader,
That
Zephyr, was
homesick,
holding
huh?
Sigurd, so a couple of roster changes on their side as well.
I gotta hand it to you. But for the complete set, you'll need more.
The Ring of the Caring Princess!
Ah, it is going to be Celica.
It's the real deal, too.
Celica!
I'll give her back. All you gotta do is beat me.
Oh, with
What is
Celica, we
this?
mostly need to watch out for the warp power.
Nothing. What, you think Lord Sombron's gonna show up?
It's one against many. We'll...
You know just what to say. Relax. No one's coming.
What is this about?
You want answers.
Fine. I don't know what you're after. Get ready, Gris. We'll make you give back that ring.
Now you're talking. Tear me limb from limb from limb.
Well, he may just be a masochist. But he shall find out very shortly. And by very shortly, I mean after the 10 or 20 minutes that we usually take to do the setup phase, depending on the scale of the map. Unit selection, we have 11 out of 11, so we've been going 12 units the last few maps, so we'll decide who to cut this time. Depending on what exactly we are dealing with. And if we do cut somebody, we'll have to decide whether to move the emblem rings around as well. Naturally, the easy thing to do would be to drop Fagato, for instance, because we have all of our emblem rings set up on everybody else, unless, of course, we trade a ring onto him, which is always possible, depending on who we choose to drop. I just put the Brave Bow on Alchrist, and I kind of want to let him run around a bit as the archer, but we'll determine this based on the needs of the map. So, what are we looking at here? Okay, so Chris and Celica, they've got Ragnarok. Oh, he is a magic attacker generally. I'd forgotten that. So, Seraphim. Don't remember much about that spell. Effective against Corrupted, that shouldn't affect me. And a massive heal on that as well. Also 3 life bars in this with 48 hit points on him. Anyway, Ragnarok Warp, that's the main thing that we have to watch out for. That within a certain range, he's just going to dive on us. And Resonance Plus, rather. Oh, I see. So he gradually bleeds HP in exchange for the +3, which we do need to watch out for. We need to move that into the calculation. Cannot be moved. Okay, that's kind of important as well. Not that we're planning to teleport him anywhere, but we'll see if he actually stays on a tile, given that his movement range is unlocked. Okay, not too concerned about him. We do, however, have 4 chests, which indicates to me that we will probably have some kind of thief race. The other thing that we need to be aware of here is that this is, of course, in the dark, which means that I should probably get some illumination on characters who are able to spare a bit of inventory, which is a little difficult to come by because I've just been overstuffing everybody with light. Of course, there is the Shine ability off of Micaiah as well. So we'll definitely keep Micaiah on somebody who's going to be able to use that to our advantage. Yeah, if we trade off Vigato, then we'll trade the Radiant Bow +3 with the Radiant +1 that we have on Anna. And we'll probably do something like that. I don't know, we're likely to drop either Vigato or Alchrist and move Leaf around accordingly. But let's just take a look here. Yeah, so we'll need some lights. Might as well just put a torch on whoever I can. Got a couple of torches. I'm just thinking about who would make sense in terms of who's actually going to be exploring and giving me some readability here and there. Yeah, very often you're going to have Louis take points, so you could self-heal with the elixir, but we've got enough healing going on that perhaps we'll trade that off as well for some lights. And probably Marin as well. Good choice for her, actually, since she's got pretty considerable movement range. Now we might have to just put a single torch on her. There is also the illumination staff that we haven't been using. I think I have one of those. I thought I did. Where is it? Illum. Yeah, we have an unused illumination staff. We'll put that on somebody important. I'm sure. We'll actually put that on Pendreo because the buff for Micaiah might affect the illumination staff as well. It seems a little bit redundant to put illumination staff on somebody who's already running Micaiah with Shine, but maybe that'll work. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we'll have a couple of torches in the back. Characters might not be doing too much in the way of attacking. And Warp and Physic. Yeah, he's already got Shine though, that's the thing. Ideally, we put Loom on somebody else entirely. I kind of want Men and Rescue on her. Yeah, we might not even use it then unless we use it on John, which might be useful. If we perhaps take the... I don't know, I'm reluctant to take the rewarp off of him. It's not something we've used in a while, but it could be useful. I think we'll just put one on Louis. And we can always get more. Actually, I mean, I'm very low in cash, so perhaps we could actually get more. This is not the staff, this is just a torch that I'm moving on. Should we? We might need some heals on him. But he also tends to run into the middle of nowhere from time to time, so we can do it, yeah. Might even change some of the torches around, in fact. So we'll swap that. Got so many spare healing items that we're not using. Yeah, we'll swap these because he'll have a bit more flexibility, perhaps. And maybe we just won't run the Illumination Staff. We don't really have a natural fit for that. Unless we appeal one of the magic attacks off of Ivy, which I don't really want to do. You do have ranged heals on Pendreo, which makes me think that we can maybe take off one of the heals, like the Mend, and replace that instead. No, again, it's redundant with Shine. Although Shine would need an attack target, I think. But that's okay. We'll keep things as is. As far as unit selection goes, let's take a look at who we're actually dealing with. Obviously, in the fog, we can't see very much. So we'll just have to see who we are dealing with first. Silver Sword, Shielding Art. What's this guy holding? Entrap. Oh, Entrap we've got to watch out for because he's going to try to capture somebody. Either that or we just hit him right away with Astra. That's almost certainly going to be the right move, just to snipe this guy. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would need Astra right up here. Snipe him in the first turn. I think it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Entrap's just going to pull me in like crazy. Lance over here, and yeah, it's a Great Knight on the left, so we'll need somebody who can hit hard. When it comes to magic, probably. As well as capable of taking a pretty serious hit. So yeah, it's probably going to be, judging by this 61 physical attack on this Great Axe, that's the kind of thing I do. We'll put Louis on the right side, probably. We do need to watch out for the magic attacker, who also has a sword. And who also has a Chaos-style skill. Yeah, we'll just need to kill it with somebody. Let's see. We'll move somebody quick over there. Possibly even just get... no, we would need somebody within 2 range. Yeah, an archer is able to go here with 6 movement to get through pillar. That's if we run Fagato, of course. We might not be doing that. But anyway, it's definitely going to be Louis and Ike on the right side. We'll have to do some kind of illumination on the first turn. Chloe will definitely come up on the first turn. And what do we do against this guy? Sword will run through. We just need to nuke him pretty quickly, I think. Get somebody who's lightning attacker over here. So, for example, just put Citrian. This in. And yeah, eventually we'll need to make our way up to the chests quickly. And this skill act should not be a problem as long as I send Louis up front. So probably going to do some kind of Louis Placidol shenanigans on the right side. And where would they be? Yeah, we'll definitely want Jean on one side, Louis on the other. And Anna can't quite get in position there. Ivy would be able to, but a little bit risky depending on who's coming in. And of course, Seedall can get anybody to double up, so this is a good position for them, I think. And you try to get Pandreo to drop some lights. Kind of need a heal on each side, we have to remember that. Well, let's take a look here. It's a particular case for taking Fagato over Leaf. I mean, either way, you got the S rank or A rank bows. Fagato's in a slightly better spot. We can basically just trade out Iron Bow for Brave Bow, perhaps. But then we would want to put Leaf on him as well. That's the thing, we haven't really improved his station with Leaf. Yeah, let's actually just take Leaf. And Altchrist, just for simplicity. Yeah. Then we'll do some swapping. Just to power up a little bit. Okay, that looks decent. Either that or we just bench. Actually, no, I'm pretty flyer heavy coming off of the previous map where we were fighting flyers all the time. I think this will work. As far as heals go, we should probably get Ivy on the left to deal with a number of things. We would leave ourselves a little short of magic attackers on the left, though, I guess. I know we wouldn't, because we've got Anna with the magic attack now, so possibly we're okay. Pendro doesn't have lightning, that's a bit of liability. If we want to bring him in that way. Actually, yeah, left side's going to be a little more fragile. I kind of like going left. And seeing what happens. Yeah, we got a decent distribution of illumination as well. Yeah, let's just run with this. It's not perfect, but again, we just don't have that much information to use anyway. Now let's take a look at some of the alternate weapons. Silver Lance, so yeah. So Lance Sword swap. This is basically almost a mini boss in some ways, but if we loot the entrap, we might be in pretty good shape. We'd pretty much be sending it to the convoy right away. But that will give me a bit of flexibility as to who's going to get the assignment afterwards. It's got a self-heal as well. Okay, I think we'll just go with this. Let's do inventory check before we go. Just to make sure we have roughly what we need. I think we're going to be fine. Let's just play. Just gonna watch my ranges. And yeah, Marin can get pretty far in this turn. Okay. Free battle save. And we'll just do one final check of something here. Yeah, I guess we're seeing our avatar kind of get forced into a single started location. We're good, we're good. Let's just go. There's not much to stare at here. Except, of course, let's read Gris one more time. Nope, cancel. Just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, we need to watch out for warp mainly. So we just need to get in there and mob him right away when the opportunity arises. And pulling out the units around him is potentially going to be tricky. Okay, let's do it. Right. Just in case I made any changes, I don't think I did. Kind of thing you forget instantly.
Let's keep the fun going.
He vanished. Gris, he's probably hiding in the shadows.
Okay, so that is a little trickier than expected. He's not just going to stand there. Well then, we need to light things up. That will, first of all, require me to just test out how Chloe's going to perform against that guy, especially with the adjacency bonus.
Emblem, engage!
And that's effective against Corrupted, so that will be exactly what we do, in fact. We'll just tap into that. We don't want any bows to potentially show up here, though, so we have to be extra careful. Here's my... Yeah. The thing is, Pendreo has to use Micaiah in order to get Shine up and running. I don't think we necessarily want to do that, so we will actually just go like this and light things up. Okay, that's useful. Killer Axe, Silver Blade, Silver Sword, okay. We've got a couple of beacons that you can light along the way, which is important. That's good to know, actually, because we can probably start smacking some of these right away. Let's do this first of all. Just get rid of the entrap now, while we can.
Now I have you. I can't retreat now.
And she's able to move off of that as well. We'll keep her in this position for the moment. I'll probably refresh her into this turn anyway. Anyway,
Yes.
let's see how we're doing. Yeah, Longbow's not going to do too much. Brave Bow goes down quite a ways, down to 18. Is it 2 range here? Yeah, let's make sure we smack this guy with spells first of all, or we can do some kind of longbow attack. Back here, let's see.
Ready and able.
Yeah, that's going to go down quite a ways. Take it down by 13. Not too bad. Alcris is standing on this side. That's a potential issue right there.
My pleasure.
As a Trin can't quite kill. Let's not worry too much about those guys then. Let's go here first. 28. And yeah, he's got 15 of that right now. He'll actually be able to sustain that attack. Whether he can do so with a spear instead is anyone's guess. Guess that takes him down to 28. Kind of blockades the right side as well, slightly. Oh, this is fully impassable, isn't it? Okay, that does affect things. Okay. In that case,
I smell gold.
we'll be able to hit this. And in fact, she might even get the crit, so we'll just do it this way. Right now.
A little product more than pricey.
And then Louis can basically just stand up here and light things up a bit. Go over here just to obstruct this guy, although he's going to hit pretty hard again. 38 over 15. Okay, so he's going to take about 23 and he won't get doubled, just barely. Or we can send Ike into the middle once we pop some items. For instance, let's make sure he's holding Great Lance first. Okay, all physical attackers. That's great. That's great, because then we can just get Seedall to refresh him and run into trouble somewhere. Assuming that we can survive this attack here. Which we should be able to. Yeah, Seedall goes here. How much resistance has he got? 16. Decent speed. He's going to take a pretty big hit from that, but we should be okay. Yeah, because then we just get Louis to run up there and do his thing. And clear the spot as much as possible. And so it's just a matter of figuring out the obstruction on the right side. In which case, we would just block over here. And yeah, that'll probably work. Forgot to account for the follow-up attack as well. It has worked to my advantage quite a bit. us as the Draconic Hex,
Shall we dance?
which does reduce this attack and the speed by quite a bit. Got 34 attack or so. We'll be coming in here. Yeah, it's still going to do a pretty big chunk, but we'll just heal him up afterwards. Not a big deal. As long as these guys can't run over. Got 5 movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have to full seat all back probably after doing this, and we can do that. Well, let's save that move for a moment.
Let's pray.
Where's Dreo goes? He's going to get 21 against that. And yeah, between the two of them, they should be able to team up just nicely. And as usual, Sean can switch to shielding art. Which does do a little bit. Not much. But we'll chip down by 14 if need be.
Anything for you.
Also, Aaron as usual actually doesn't do much against this guy. Let's just drop Citrine on him. Relatively low hit, but we got it. And yeah, we can chip down some things over here. Probably drop some vision on the left side as well. Given that we don't know where what Ragnarok could happen. Yeah, we can move it down here. That'll just kill it. And what is this? Alright, Lance River. Do we even swap things accordingly? Yeah, we can use the torch immediately. In lieu of an attack. Ah, here's the boss, okay. We will need to be aware of that. Now, is the midterm objective just to kill him directly? Because if it is, yeah, it's just defeat Chris. And then we do potentially have a bit of a problem here. Although one thing we could do is get Chloe to well, let's see how we're doing for resilience here. Pretty good. Get Chloe to drop her doubles once we power her up. We would need to seed all for that, so these will just have to fight over here. It's okay. Okay, not going to be an ideal turn, but what is really? Okay, what's he going to do? Yeah, magic attack. The speed is something to look at, of course. But I think she should be fine. In that case, let's get some magic tanks up there. Just to make sure. Yeah, I think maybe gets up by 6 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And over here, just kind of stuff things up a little bit. You know what? Let's stay on shield. We'll not quite take it out. But with a longbow, it might. Let's hit this. Yeah, no, I think it's got to be Pendro. Then let's check the attack ranges on these guys. No, they're good.
Time to pray.
Okay, it's fine. We could even do a chain guard with John. Should have considered that in the first place. And Citron will just live, so it's not too much of a problem. Okay, then in that case, let's get the same plan as before with Sigurd and Sealall, just to get really up and running. Yeah, this is movement 5. This could come down, but that's okay. You can pull back. And who do we have after that? Alright, in that case, let's just chain guard the cluster. I like that idea. Since we can't really attack in this turn. Well, we activate one piece down here. We can get rid of this guy right away, which I think might be advisable. Let's say I've got... yeah, I've got Anna and Lucina to do it. That would be best. Sure, nobody here. Just gonna pick that up. And yeah, we can go over to Blade. We can also go over to Killer Axe up here. Don't want to too much. Yeah, that'll be fine. In that case... yeah, we can always go Chloe, actually. Because then she can drop cluster to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we just drop 2 units, not too good, but it does break the wall. Let's see. And now let's just stick with the main plan. We'll need to take a bit of damage from this guy, but I think everybody who will be sustaining that can probably also do it. Now the thing is, do we put it over here? Just to give ourselves some extra avoidance. I think we do. Since it'll be targeted anyway. And I can maybe get in here and do the Ether play. We'll just find a right square for that, just to get him to move over. I don't know, I'm too concerned about the Silver Spirit over there. We should just try to attract as much attention as we can. And we can pull this guy down here too, that'd be great. Just need to be wary of backup attacks. In fact, we have a couple of backups here, so Do need to watch out. Yeah, we'll just do this. I don't think we can do light and or actually at the same turn. I'd rather not risk it. Let's say, what are these guys even wearing? Yeah, a lot of backups actually. Might be a mistake to overpull it. Yeah, we'll actually just kill one off now, I think. If we can. We should be able to. Because All Crimson Leaf will be able to come in here. Clean things up for me. Decent hit chance, not great. So we zoom in with 46 over here. And we don't want to push him out of range, so. Okay. Yeah, very little hit incoming. We won't do the Ita play this turn, but we don't really have enough enemies on the board to justify that anyway, so we'll do things this way instead. I didn't calculate this very thoroughly. We'll see, first of all, what the boss pattern is going to be.
So what's the plan? You gonna stab me?
Okay, so he's going to do the warp, and he's going to hit pretty hard. Luckily, I will survive that.
Where did he
he's
go?
Gone. Okay, that's good. Exactly what I needed. Staying at a Great Lance and just taking everything else on his own. That is going to miss, luckily. Okay, here comes the thieves. We probably should have saved Astra for that, because it is going to be a thief race. Yeah, we'll need to heal her up for sure. Do that. Flashing Fist to this guy, he'll be able to take a hit pretty easily. On that, probably because of the speed from Flashing Fist. Getting up to 22. There is a way around that, of course. Just hit with somebody back here. Well, let's see who we would rather take. Move up and find out. Don't know about magic attackers up there potentially, but we can get Louis to drop a torch and then double him up with Seedall. Just moving up here, adding an additional point of attack, so we would basically just use a torch. Great, actually. That gives me quite a lot of context for what to expect here. Seedall's probably going to go up and refresh him. Then he gets in there and probably stand at a pillar as well. And he'll just fight. And indeed, the thief is probably going to run towards the chest. That's the only thing that we need to be aware of. Oh, we'll just let everybody else attack into him then. That dagger, however, is going to attack at 2 range. But everything else will die, so. And yeah, we just need to make sure Seedall gets pulled out of range, like over here. Let's see Down here, yeah. And yeah, that's okay. A little vulnerable to whatever's over here, but we'll hopefully not run into that. Yeah, just get everybody to try to attack him. We won't be able to deal with dagger, but we'll stop the thief instantly. And get rid of most things. Do we have anything anti-cavalry? We do have Rider's Bane, which might be useful here some of the time. So, for example, you had Rider's Bane, it would not kill. Great Lance, however, would. We'll just kill it. Saves me the trouble of dealing with the right side. Hope not get stuck by a mage any further than that. Yeah, good line of sight over here. And then we're not in as much of a hurry. Catching this guy, though, that'll take a bit more work. And Roy only had one torch. But we can trade off of that accordingly. First of all, I'm moving John and Erica. We'll just kill this. You can stay in shielding, that's best. Yeah, since we like to play a bit more cautiously. And yeah, boss could be anywhere. But if we light up a couple of beacons along the way, we should be fine. This guy, resilience 23. Yeah, let's just get down here and smoke it. It's an option. We'll see if we want to level anything else. Oh, it keeps a train in the back. We got the Great Knight Cavalry coming over here. We should have kept that in mind, in fact, before coming down low, but potentially we could attract it with something. Anyway, yeah, one of them will have to heal.
Please,
We'll need to run up
me.
relatively quickly to catch the thief when we can, so. Having rescue staff available as a trin might be a factor as well. See how it is. Okay, on this side. Yeah, this guy will come down here. And that'll be the extent of what we're dealing with. Let's figure out who's going where. Yeah, definitely Chloe and Lynn on the left side, so we can chase the thief. We call doubles. We've got a couple of turns to make use of a massive attack. We'll have to do that perhaps in a slightly more vacant position. I just call 3. Yeah, you do get the range check on these guys, which
I'll
is
do
important.
as you command.
At least I think so. Anyway, we'll mend her up. And yeah, we'll just drop a triple over here. Never know when you might want it. Then Anna and Messina can just do their usual thing.
All in a day's work.
Okay, everybody here is out of range. That's good. And here's the boss. Okay. Oh, that's bad actually, because we've revealed that he's within range of He hits potentially with 49. That's okay. That's okay. I have enough speed to withstand that. He's going to be hit hard though. We need to be prepared here, especially if there are any issues with backup attackers. Yeah, we'll leave nobody marked except him, and then we can use the range check to basically reveal information for us. Yeah, we'll probably stay away from this guy for just a moment. And what do we even have going up this side? Yeah, we'll want to probably combine the squad instead of splitting it as much as possible, and we should hang left in order to do that, because that's where the thief is heading. Also, I should switch back to my other sword. We've established that she doesn't kill. And we'll just put her back here for the time being, just to see what we can do. Okay, so he's going to be hit really hard. 37. Luckily, going to survive it. And he'll be able to take out most other things, or at least severely damage them. And we'll just simplify the right side. Notice that the enemy has warped away once again, but has not been revealed. I wonder if we do need to reveal his position in order to see the range check. I would assume we need to, otherwise it's just a little bit of balance. But we should be able to press up here and just kill everything. Yeah, probably the same kind of defensive stats in these guys. Close enough. Watch their skills too. Now, Hopple's only for the attacker, right? Yeah. Anyway, we'll need some kind of type effectiveness against this guy. Pull him out of there. $37 and 33. We just need to pull him out. And what do we got for speed? 16, yeah, we can do it. We should probably light as many torches as we can, though. While we do have the opportunity. Just gonna figure out whose job it's gonna be. Probably Lucina's here. And then we can get her in on the attack and take out that whole cluster. Yeah, we need some kind of combined attack between these two anyhow. Let's say we go light. Seed Alligan Refresher. Alchrist. Ivy up here, probably. And then, yeah, with the reactivation of Anna, we should actually be able to kill everything. And decently quickly at that. Well, actually, we should move him up as fast as possible. Just move him up into some higher place in the world. Let's see how that goes. Or even stop back here. Yeah, we can do it. Or even over here, so we can have a bit of added flexibility for swapping sides if necessary. We do need to unify this a bit. Anna can take out either of these by herself. Interestingly enough, the bow not as advisable. I think we're definitely just going to try to depend on a crit here. Oops. Yeah, Brave Axe will actually just do it. At least with this one. This guy will have to take care of separately somehow.
Slashing more than Christ.
Nice reliable damage there. Yeah, we'll need to heal up at some point. Go longbow. We'll just take this guy out directly.
First one's free.
And it's missed. Okay. Unfortunate.
Whatever you require.
I'm a little bit concerned that Louis will potentially get nuked there. If we're not careful. Given that if the warp is within range, we do have a potential problem. Because we just don't see it right now. Well, we'll have to make some kind of crazy rescue play if that's the case. We can always go... Go on over here. Nope, doesn't quite do it. The thing about Pendro is that he also has the extended range on his staff. At a very long shot, we can also use the sacrifice play. We'll see how he's going to protect himself here. Guess we're gonna find out hard way how to range check works.
So
In
your
conjunction
tale
with
ends.
Fog of War. Haven't really paid too much attention to it previously. Ah, okay, that is a problem. It does reveal a bit of a serious issue. However, I've got Resilience 22 on him now. I probably still do need to heal him, though. If I can just warp him away, perhaps. The other thing, too... Oh, too bad Ivy's just a little bit out of range. Yeah, because the thing is... How was his speed right now? 15... 49 should be the worst case, but there is the backup attack. Actually coming in from that guy. Did suffer 37 previously, but that was before the current Resilience 22 buff that we have here. Let's see what we can do with the skills as well. Takes 50% less damage. Yeah, actually... Well, I mean, that didn't really help it too much, though, in the previous... Oh, and you'd have to engage anyway to see that. See that in action. So currently we just have the Resilience 22. He would have to do about 53 damage on me. Kind of did previously. Which is the main thing I'm worried about, is that the last one did 37 damage. Who's to say this won't do 31? Although, of course, that is with Resolve having added a +7, so... so previously, what was the damage that was being done by the warp? That was... Or was it the warp? Let me think about that, because previously he would have had Resilience 15. It would have been 37 damage plus 15, that would be doing 52. minus 22. He should actually survive with 1 HP. That's cutting it so close. Dragon Vein might have been a goodish idea here. But we basically just need to kill that guy. We can get within healing range with another attack, that's fine.
First one's free!
Am I so unreliable?
I'll see if the calculation is correct, because my calculation is that he should actually survive a head-on attack with 1 hit point. Although the mental arithmetic has failed me before, so let's not get too complacent here. Yeah, because physic can only do so much. Is there a warp staff on him? Yes, there is. Warp is going to go 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is he within 5 spaces of a heal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, he is. So that will actually be the play. We use Citrin to warp Pandreo with a trade. Let's trade warp with rescue. Since he's in the back line, he'll use rescue. Then we'll go warp over here. Then he'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he should be able to get the heal just fine. Crazy play, but it will work, I think. You can impassable here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's okay. No, we'll do things cautiously. Yeah, let's not take too many chances here. better. Then we'll need somebody to just have the light over here. Possibly drawing this attacker down. Just to keep things simplified. And yeah, we'll move Chloe towards a position where she can eventually refresh one of those pawns as well. Or maybe in a central position so she has a bit more flexibility. Right now. No, we'll go this way. This way. She's kind of way out of position. But then we'll add a little extra support here.
I'm your knight to command.
Okay, who are we missing? Just Jean and Erika. Well, we're taking incoming attacks anyway, we might as well stand here. Let's see what works. Yeah, it's going to hit for 30. That's exactly what I calculated, but leaving him at 1 HP at the end probably wasn't the wisest thing, so. And we did see from the previous turn that the range is not revealed until we get within camera range to reveal him. Also, the thief has ran way up here. Or did it? I don't think I killed it. I wasn't even paying attention, to be honest. But we're far behind pace here by enough that I think the thief probably ran off. I didn't even think about it. Flashing Fist will take it down quite a bit if we want to do it. Obviously, we can do this as well, which is pretty substantial. It'll have to be a combination of both. Shielding Art's not going to do much, but we do need to light things up there. Anyway, who's got a light? Well, if we heal him up, then even if he gets within magic range, that's not too much of an issue. Now let's just see Sigurd's engage range. Just to see how much
Emblem,
room we have to escape. Pretty far. Alright, in that case, let's heal up first of all. Have him dive recklessly elsewhere.
This isn't so bad.
It's the last of these torches. Okay, that's important to know, especially with the Mage Knight over here. That's actually the main risk factor. And no sign of the enemy here. We should probably count his squares. Yeah, there is this guy standing beside. Over here, we should proceed cautiously, perhaps. Definitely need magic attack over here. But yeah, for the most part, nobody's going to make a dent. I don't think so anyway. Let's check weapons. Silver lances. Silver lances galore. Patch Cats and Stiletto are going to be at melee range, so we can snipe those. And most of these characters are pretty far out of range, in fact. But Seedall could potentially do something interesting for me. Well, we'll see. Not the best. Would need some kind of follow-up. Yeah, we should probably bait this one down, but not this one. So we just go back a spot, maybe. Although it was more or less standing still anyhow, to begin with. Yeah, I have to remember that Citrin is on the warp now. Yeah, she's able to get any corrupted damage down here. It's down to 23, and then nobody else is in position. Maybe 18 coming over there. I think we can probably do it. Just that there's some possibility that there will be the Warp Ragnarok coming our way as well. Yeah, no, we're just going to pull him back one spot, I think. But the problem is that we're going to lose the Thief race if we go too slowly, so maybe we do not want to go too slowly. What we can do is potentially use Violet's power to power everybody up. Also, we can get a double attack. Oh, we can already get a double attack off these guys. Because if I use Violet's power... What about if I engage with Marin? Then am I able to hit with Roy? Let's take a look here. No, not really. Yeah, I think we just need to pull back a spot. And I don't quite like it. However, if we refresh Astra after a turn, we might still be able to snipe the Thief and race it. Why don't we... Oh, that's interesting that she can't go there. Floor plus Emblem energy. I guess you can't go there while you're still engaged, perhaps. I didn't know that. That seems slightly off to me. Or maybe it's just impassable for some other reason. Too many movement points in this? I can actually tell. Well, let's not mess around with it too much. Ideally, I'm kind of missing that push in Vigato now with the repositioning that can happen. However, Sigurd can... Somebody rather to double up. This is, I think, the way we'll do it, is that Sigurd will go here. And then we'll do some kind of mass reactivation. If we go here... no. We should probably stand back. Tricky, tricky turn. Yeah, because at this point the enemy has to be perhaps somewhere on the left side. because there does seem often a concerted effort to port in. Let me think about this. Taking a long time just staring at this, thinking about what the ranges are going to be. Yeah, so we tag this guy, but what's he got? Silver Axe, Silver Lance. Okay. Yeah, no, we'll just have to take him as is. Also, no, that's a beacon. Okay, that's potentially good. Because then we'd be able to run up there and light things up. No, nothing should be within range over here, so yeah, we can actually do that. That might be useful. Yeah, we'll get Ivy to do that, I think. That might be best. We'll even drop the healing vein first for some reason. Oh, wait, okay. I thought that's a beacon. How come it's impassable? That doesn't quite seem right. Thought I could light that up. Okay, if not... Unless there's a specific side for it or something. Hmm. Well, that kind of wasted that turn. Yeah, okay, we'll just do the same thing I said before. We'll pull him out of space, play this slowly. Okay, now you can move there. I don't know why. Oh, because you can't move there if it's a blank spot. I see. You kind of need to reveal the location first. Yeah, because if it's a dark spot, even if there is emblem energy on it, you can't move there. That's the thing that was the limitation. Same with the beacon up here, in fact. Which means we should actually just try to get within vision range of it. And try to go high speed as much as possible. Okay, that's good. Because now you can do this. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. I think I just keep misunderstanding how the fog reveal actually works, because now she's just gonna die. She used a silver sword, especially with the backup attack. We need to get a rescue out of there then. We are way out of position. We used too much stuff already this turn. Yeah, I guess I haven't been reading the light and dark squares well because the pillars, of course, were dark. So now there's a very strong possibility that she'll just get smacked. Because we've got 34 attack. What's the speed on this? Oh, no, yeah, she's going to get doubled. She's just going to die. And that's unfortunate. We need to figure out some kind of miracle play to bring her back. Okay, that's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, I shouldn't have dove head first into this, actually. I kind of assumed that this area was clear. Because I thought I already had vision on these spots, and I clearly didn't. But yeah, there's no way she survives this. You've got two attackers coming in who are both going to double her for 16 apiece. You need something to miss. Or for them to, say, go for Anna instead, who would also suffer greatly, given that her defense is 11, although at least in her case she will not get doubled. Well, I think we'll just endure this turn and see what happens. I really think they're going to gang up on her and she's going to die. But miracles do happen sometimes. There are ways that this game will not do that to you. So this is a likely reset. It's too bad about the resets mechanic, or the rewind mechanic rather. I don't think it jives very well with these fog maps in general because, you know, if you're revealing information and then you're backing up out of that because it's not what you wanted, it does seem a little bit cheap. But we had best move my other attackers up as well. What's the engage power on him? Leaf is going to be the quad attack, yeah. Is there some way I could just warp her back? Let's see, who do we even have remaining? No staff users really. Citrin, I guess, but he's not within range to do anything with that. Okay. So that didn't work out well at all. That, in fact, was quite poor. Try to get the adjacency over here. And leave my other pieces down here. And we'll see what happens. I don't imagine it's going to go well. Oh, and it's going to go even worse than I thought. Yeah, even worse than I thought, because this guy's just going to come out of nowhere.
Tired of playing hide and seek?
Yeah, no. That doesn't work.
I wish I'd had more time to run my shop.
Okay, I didn't even see that those were dark squares. I think that the issue is that my range check was interfering with my ability to visualize what was in fact dark. We are obviously going to reverse out of this one, because that was a disaster turn on that side. The left side cluster basically works though. It was just a rush towards the torch. That was the main issue. Also, wow, he gets smacked. Okay, we obviously have to back up. Question is how far? And yeah, we need to actually turn off the overlay from time to time, because I think the checkerboard pattern was interfering with my ability to discern a dark square from a dark checkerboard tile. Like the optical illusion where you have two different shades that are actually the same when you put a shadow over a checkerboard, where you have two identical shades of gray. If you know the illusion I'm describing. Well, yeah, let's fortunately use our first time crystal in some time. So yeah, the Ragnarok Warp happens after the attack. Yeah, it's like a reversal of the Warp Ragnarok that Celica typically uses, because he attacks and then escapes. And so it's a reverse. So yeah, let's back up before the Ivy and Seed all play, because we didn't understand it at all. But if we keep Louis over there, I mean, we kind of have the information to know now where Gris is standing. So there is some possibility that we would not want Louis there simply because he might be within range of 3 separate attacks now. That would take out that remaining 7 HP, so let me take a look here. Yeah, Ragnarok Warp, and then go back here. we'll just do the turn. I took so long staring at that turn that just didn't work at all. We'll have similar positioning on the left side. We know the left side worked as is, so we'll do it that way. So yeah, this was the issue. That I was looking at this, and we totally didn't think about when we light up the pillars like this. I should have paid attention to the fact that the pillar artwork is dark, because I thought these were revealed squares. They actually weren't. And of course, if I'd taken the range check off, I would have noticed that. So we do need to play... I mean, we need to look at range check, but we do need to check always what range check looks like when it's off, because I just haven't been able to see the darkening very well. In fact, if you turn on range check, you can see that it significantly reduces the number of squares that look like they are concealed. And it's a huge problem. So, what were we doing before? Let's do something fun. It's some kind of play as Pendreo over here, and I don't know what it was, or how it managed to reveal information, but somehow it did. Oh yeah, it's because we had Louis over there. Yeah, no, we just need to heal him up. Yeah. And now we better play a little more cautiously, especially because Louis is going to reveal this tile. I didn't want to heal him up a second time, which is perhaps the play we should be making with Seal. We'll just put Anna down here instead. I will eventually want to get up here to reveal the tile for the beacon, but with what we know, not yet. Also, actually putting the covert here might be useful. But mainly we actually just want Anna out of the way. Then we'll actually get a second heal down on Louis if we can. Possibly even with the Dragon Vein? Well, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll kind of get him on this position since we've revealed a little more over there. It doesn't reveal enough vision. Get me you up here, it does not. What we can do is actually an ether play. Getting in here and basically absorbing what damage we can. Because then you would be taking half damage due to having a powered up Ike. It'd be a lot smarter to do that, in fact. You just kind of take him into the middle here and see what happens. We just haven't revealed enough vision to make an informed judgment about that, though. Yeah, because it wasn't the idea... Right, because I used a torch, and that's why... That's why we didn't do anything with ether. But since we're wandering into the unknown, I think actually it's better if we use Ike's power now. We won't use ether yet. What we will do is stay on Great Lance. And then use a torch to reveal our position. Yeah, good. These are daggers, but melee range daggers. Okay, that's fine. We should be fine. And now we know that Emblem has seen are within range, which means that that's okay. 38 attack from the mage is going to hit hard, but she'll be able to counter. She'll be able to counter pretty well. Yeah, we need to deal with the thief, so. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really reveal these properly as dark squares either, so the visibility leaves a lot to be desired, but we will park John over here, perhaps, just to drag an enemy over. Assuming, yeah, that's fine. And then, yeah, same kind of cluster as before. I think that does work. We'll bring her back over here. Then yeah, if we can just inch our way forward a little bit. Right, because we want Elchris to kind of be within range of somebody friendly who's being attacked. And that's really just for the experience. I don't think we're getting much done with him. We'll even leave him in this position. I think that'll be safest. Yeah, let's not creep in too close just because of the movement ranges that can happen from fog. Like we have 5 movement, that can still smack her pretty hard right there. No, we'll leave things as is. We need to think more often about the movement ranges. We definitely want to snipe the thief. I don't know what the exit point is going to be for him. But that's what the next Astra will be dumped on, I'm sure. Yeah, Ike's power is going to be pretty helpful here when it comes to damage reduction. Here, we should be able to smack this guy just fine. If the enemy is in this cluster, then we'll reveal it. In fact, yeah, this is going to get a nice clean attack over here.
Thank you for the dance.
The real question is where the thief is going to run. Yeah, we are running out of torches, actually. We'll need to switch to Pandraeo with Shine. And see what that gets me. Yeah, we actually do need Mikaya's power here. Well, we're going to get into some issues. Definitely time to engage, I think.
Emblem, engage!
We are underusing Shine. And we'll take 0 in return, so this will be a nice way to just tap and see if we can get some visibility. And we can use See It All with him to reveal any additional units that we manage to tag. Okay, that's not great. But against the Peshkats, which is a pretty high crit, we'll probably just send Louis against that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He only has 5 movement though, but as long as we defend back here, I think we're fine. Yeah, we'll just cluster around here because we've at least revealed a fair bit of information. In fact, we probably want to get Anna within vision range here, although we can get anyone within vision range here and that should be fine. A little bit awkward to play like this. We don't want to shave. We want to save him for the chain guard, actually. So I feel like that's going to be relevant. Yeah, Lynn will stop in this location because she's going to try to snipe the thief here next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, she'll need some kind of additional movement bump after that turn. Especially if the thief retreats back into the dark. But then that would be our incentive to swing Seedall over to the left side. If we can. Get Pendreo to light things up a bit. And yeah, we can get in here and maybe use Liquid Ether. I want to heal up though. One thing we haven't thought about hard enough is using a freeze on Ivy and Corin. Yeah, she can come in here and mend. We've got 2 attackers. Let's just use the 2 attackers. See what we can do. If this just was 0, we do need magic attack on this. And a radiant bow will do just fine. This guy's a little less defended. And the first attack on a Brave Bow will do it. So ideally we get Pendreo up here to tap his Shine. It's got good magic resistance, so the thing is we need to defend him against physical attackers. But I could potentially swap in and do the rest. Let's think about this for a moment. Because we do still have Seedall available here in a pinch. And you can't access anybody here, so that's material. And yeah, we'll just do this. Probably just get up here and go Ether. I mean, it's going to be a dangerous move, but could very well work. You love how there's 20 chapters, most games would end under 10, and yeah, the thing about Fire Emblem Supernova, welcome incidentally, is that most of these games have about 25 to 30 main chapters. This one, we've already done 12 side missions as well, and I know there are at least 2 more to come, so in total it's about 40 maps in the main campaign, I would guess. And yeah, because you want plenty of time in these games to actually use your builds and customizations and characters and give them enough room to grow. You know, you're spending all this time building an interesting team, you might as well get to use it. Anyway, range check on this, not great. But this guy with a speed 28 is going to cause problems, especially for my archer over here, so... may need to disable it somehow. Yeah, because he's going to come in with 33 attack if he gets a crit. One of the double attacks, that's going to be a pain. So I might have created a bit of an issue here, unless I just get in there and smack him directly, which I can do. Move over one spot, tag him, just get in there and smack him. And yeah, with 65 attack, I think I can do it. Now the thing is, if I use Great Ether and I reposition him, I wonder what happens if I do that. Like if I use Great Ether and then I double up on him and move him again. I actually have no idea what happens if I do that, and I don't know if this is a good place to experiment. Because then can I defend and attack at the same time? I doubt it. But if I can do some kind of reposition to shove my archer out of the way, that would be best. Or, let's see, he comes down here, I go here, I activate my power on this guy, move him over here, and shove him out of the way. That's probably better. I can still defend in this location. And he can't hit anybody if he's over here, so... yeah, that'll burn my power right away, but we will do it. It's safer to play this way.
Join me for
we
one
can chain guard
song.
with him too, which I should have considered. And yeah, we can just move my archer back, or we can chain guard. You know, in case it gets smacked by a magic attack. I actually like the chain guard approach better here. We'll do that. And then... yeah, she needs to stand on this spot so I can refresh. Then we'll have plenty of room for Seedall to come over with his added movement next turn and get her to snipe this thief when it goes over to the left side. And then we should be able to loot it safely. We're playing pretty blind here, so... what we can do, once again, is chain guard with Jean over here. And just creep our way up slowly. And I should have taken this approach in the first place. That would just guard as cautiously as possible and work our way up. And we'll leave her here. That'll reload her meter. Good, we'll just snipe the thief. Silver Blade, we don't have that. And that's going to be a double attack on all crits as expected. And yeah, well, we can take out some of the other physical attackers coming in. They're coming in blind, and we'll just be able to stuff them. And when I have multiple attackers coming in like that, that's actually kind of a nice bonus to his physical attack. I didn't know it's stacked. Oh no, it doesn't stack, it's just a +3. Okay. I wouldn't think it's stacked. Anyway, the idea here is that we need to engage, and then we need to fire at this guy. Within 10 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So she'll be just barely out, so Seadoll will need to go over there. And we are playing very blind at this point. I should have brought more torches in this map. We had no inventory space. But I really should have brought more. That's okay. We'll put on a light here, and that would reveal a little bit of space. So how much does that reveal? 5 space radius, that's not very much. It would give you maybe the top corner here when it comes to information. I just need to get up there and drop the ether. Do we have anybody who can still give me vision? Yes, we have 2 torches here. Okay, no, that's good. That's good. We'll come over here and go torch. Nothing. We do have a beacon available. Okay, in that case, we're going to go over here. And again, we'll probably just do the slow crawl. That allows me to chain guard into each of these. Just make a cluster of 4 over here. Then bring the Seadoll around this side. Yeah, we know we'll need him, so let's just take him now. That means I won't be able to guard with him, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he fires him from over here. And we know this area at least is fairly safe. And we know that she can also fly back out of position as well. So we'll take him back to the middle just to have a bit more flexibility. So she can come over here, engage, and Astra from here. That's not even going to kill. That's awful. What if... Okay, that's not even going to get within range. That's... I don't know what this guy's escape square is going to be, that's the thing. If he's coming back out, then maybe the Astra is not that urgent, but... I didn't think he would actually survive that. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, we've used both of these characters already. That could give me a bit of an additional boost in damage. Let's see what I can do here. Male and female ally are adjacent within 2 spaces. Unit deals +2 damage. We need an extra 7, but because it's divided over multiple attacks, that could actually do it. So why don't we just move Marin and Jean over here instead, or move them up here. And then use the chain guard. So Jean can go over here. Marin over here. Attack from over here. And hit. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, because this is within range of Astra, so let me check. Right, because that burns it down 7. We'll see if it works. It might not. But the idea will be to go here. And we wait. Jean over here, and we'll chain guard with him. And then Citrin could go over here, but I don't want her to take 2 attacks or something. That would be a little bit rough. We'll keep him on the front line for now. Let's see if this actually does anything to my damage and whether that would do enough. It doesn't. Okay, so that doesn't work. We'll smack it anyway. Because then it'll at least be a little easier to snipe afterwards. I was hoping I could just one-shot it, but apparently not. And probably smarter way to pull her back then. Okay, we might as well hit this guy with a shine. Just to reveal information. Just to drop some light bulbs on the floor. Doesn't give me very much. Oh, we can just steadily creep up, I think. And then Lucina can come back here and... You got a 60% crit on the killer bow. She should be able to do this. And even if not, we've got plenty of fallback.
First one's free.
I'll apologize later.
Yeah, I really should have bought up a whole bunch of torches for the convoy. That was just a preparatory mistake going into this map, thinking that I could get away with much less. Now, we already have Eshcats aplenty, so we'll send that back in. Yeah, if there is a magic attack coming in next turn, we'll just have to deal with it. How else should I light this up? Well, we should actually cluster the whole group over here, so we can prepare a push onto the beacon. We know there's another beacon over here that's kind of well defended as well, so... what we actually can do is just bring her over to the left and just kind of group up this way. Or drop the Dragon Vein in case there is an incoming attack. Maybe. Like, the heal zone would be what? And actually, yeah, putting the Dragon Vein with the Chain Guard units is generally going to be quite good. If you can get them positioned properly. She's a little out of position for that. The Jean with the Chain Guard is up here, just outside the heal zone. But the principle still applies. I think we'll just have to inch him up slowly. You still got 2 turns on the engage. We haven't used Ether yet as well, so we'll probably use that on the last available turn. Let's see if this works. Oh, Thief is just going to leave that way. That's not good. What is the exit point for the Thief then? Oh, he might just try to duck out the back. That would be bad. We'd lose both staves. Well, let's activate the torch and just push as hard as we can, while we still have a lot of powers available to us. Okay, that's fine. We can hit this guy without too many issues, I hope. We can also send Louis and Ike up here and go Ether, and he should reveal a few squares, and then we can use Pandreo to continue lighting up. And we could also potentially rescue him out if necessary, so I think I actually like that. It's such a bad idea, but anyway, what does this guy got? He's got resilience 14. We'll do some kind of magic attack on him. Or we can do a Peshkat's attack on him. Or we can just light him up with Roy. That might be interesting, because then it would kind of block myself with fire, but it might light things up a bit. Pretty heavy lance attack there, though, so we could always also drop some decoys over here. I think that might actually be good, because it would improve my vision range. Problem is that we can't really get in position to get her to continue moving, because yeah, the thief is somewhere in here. We need her to double up somehow. You know what, we'll just... we need him for chain guard. Potentially, if we use Roy's fire attack second. You know what? We'll just engage with her, first of all.
Our time has come.
Oh, and she also will have pillar access if I do that, so... and none of these swords are actually going to be very useful here. So we'll just go Peshkats and hope that we get one crit. Weapon sword's a little bit better here. Actually, no, we'll break her with Lance Reaper. That would be best.
Now I'm mad. I think we can work very well together.
Just get the weapon triangle advantage, and then, yeah, we reveal the hidden attacker over here. We should be able to just smack directly. Healer bow with a 40%. Still won't quite do it. We actually want to do a really big push using Violet's power, where we try to refresh 4 separate characters and just push as hard as we can inside. I think this is going to be the turn to do it. Usually would save it for burning down the boss, but we can't locate the boss right now. And I also want to prioritize trying to grab the thief. We also haven't had a chance to pop open the treasure chest on the right side yet either, because we haven't pushed into that position, so we might be dancing around the boss for a while. And trying to prioritize the thief instead for now, while we pick off the rest of the map. Given that, I think we're going to come in here, we'll create a cluster. Which means that we could potentially... or let's see where we can go. Because some of my units can pull back after acting. For example, Chloe can pull back here. Seedall can activate. Citrin and Citrin can attack in here. And then you can have 2 other units kind of in this position, but they're a little out of position. I think we'd rather have a cluster come up here. But of course, ideally, get her over here. Now we can get Ivy over here. We get Seedall to activate and get over here. Then we would have Jean and Erica still available as well. So I think maybe that can be done. This is going to be a bit of a tricky play, but we would basically dance here. Move him over 1. We'll drop a Dragon Vein here, because why not? I'm playing very blind here, and it's quite dangerous to do this, but okay, Hellfire over here. Yeah, she can do it. Won't be great. But it will potentially open up my ability to kill that unit. And we can take the bow over here right away, but we might as well just double up here, so. The only thing that would really change is whether Jean is positioned bottom or further up. And also do a swap. Well, let's see. This could be really, really dangerous. What we're going to do is Louis. We're actually just going to go Ether here, and if we need to pull him back, we'll pull him back. Because this is his last available turn to do it, so. And yeah, we'll want some resilience here. I like this. We'll control the central position. We know at this point that the boss is likely to be on the right side. Now, he hasn't revealed anything, which is unfortunate because I wanted to be able to tag an enemy that was Shine. And yeah, Chloe will just have to kill up there. Maybe. No, she's gonna go here. Because then potentially she can attack up into this position. And in the worst case, call doubles to try to bait an attack. So we will leave her here. Jean over here. Then we'll engage this way.
Engage.
Goddess dance on all 4.
Allow me to demonstrate.
We'll just continue to creep up, and look at that, we did reveal more units. Great. Interesting that when you give everybody the stat increase, that also increases their vision range. And we still don't have the thief available here because he's run off to this square or something. Oh, the nice thing though is that if I have Ivy available with Corrin's power, I'm actually able to freeze whoever is standing here. And we can just disable them for a turn. And that's probably the approach that I'm going to take to this one. Is that it is high time we use Corrin's power to try to smack everybody. Okay, this guy will need to die to a spell attack, though, of some sort, I think. He also, in general, just hits really hard, so... I'll also do a shield attack over here. Well, oddly enough, he's still gonna get smacked like crazy. Fists... Not great. This will not quite do it. The 43% crit on a killer bow might do it. Seedall will also have a second attack available, so that's the important thing to realize, is that I may be able to just come up here and do some more serious damage. Yeah, because any of these will be able to attack twice. One of them will have to attack into this guy. It'll probably have to be Jean. Well, yeah, because he can't attack anybody else right now, so it does have to be him. We'll go Flashing Fist on the assumption that I'm going to kill this one on the left and disable this one on the right. Yeah, it has to be this way. Because you can't do anything else from there. Okay. So now we could also potentially consider the lance, although that, of course, now the enemy's not really going to hit me. He's got 5%. He's not going to hit me. Period. 19% on Hurricane Axe. That's fine. Brave Lance is going to outright kill it. And kill it immediately. That's obviously what we should be doing. And in fact, if we're going to do that, we might as well get in a better position for it. And try to reveal this tile as well after her attack. Yeah, Brave Lance. Good thing we have this.
A good wind.
Then we'll come over here, because we don't want to have that guy attacking me just yet. Come over here, perhaps. Hopefully, yeah, that gives me a bit of vision. That gives me vision of a thief, which is exactly what we want. Because then we'll actually have enough attacks left over to perhaps outright kill both of these. We know the boss is not in sight over here. The boss is probably in this area. And we need to not get flanked by it. So these units will move up here, kind of off to the side. And we'll grab the thief. The main thing is to remember to budget enough time to grab the treasure chest myself. Before we actually exit the mission. Okay, in that case, we need to make sure, of course, that wherever Ivy goes, that... Yeah, we don't even need to use that Corn power yet, then, perhaps. Although, we may need to simply because she won't be able to necessarily get the kill on this unit here. Yeah, she can't quite kill it. We might afford to leave it alive, actually. It's only going to attack into Chloe. 45 attack here. She'll survive it just fine. And actually, it'll have an abysmal hit rate against her, so I think we'll be fine. No, we want Thief. Ooh, 70%. Yeah, if she misses, then we'll just refresh her and try again. She misses. We probably should have used Corn's power anyway, just to freeze her out, but... Because now I do have... I mean, it's not going to run off the map yet. It's not going to escape this turn. If it gets to the stairs, I think it's probably going to disappear on me, but... If it goes to the back cluster, that's actually not too bad. Anyway, if that's the way he's going to play it, then... We do need to Over here. Let's think about where Sinal's final position is going to be. It's going to be... also, we can activate Chloe instead and hit over here. And she'll have much better accuracy. Using something like Javelin. Could work, as long as she doesn't get within range of all these attackers, which is the main problem here. No, we want to stay on Thoron. And yeah, somebody's going to attack in here. Okay, let's position these guys first, and then we'll worry about the rest. Because... yeah, resilience is pretty low between these two, so we want to move them off to the side, probably. Unless, of course, the boss is back here, but I don't think it is because we vacated those squares this turn, so... we'll pull back over here, as long as it doesn't, yeah, run over. Pull these guys back. Make sure we get their speed. About as high as it'll get. Andreo can tank a magic attack pretty well. It's more if there's a physical attacker who's coming out of this zone. I don't want him to get sniped. Yeah, so imagine that there's maybe 5 movement points coming out of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You would want to keep him well out of the way. Okay, we'll see if this works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. And we'll move him back here. Again, for flexibility's sake. And it's going to be 100% thanks to the buff and the support. So now she'll get this. And we'll see. So the main thing to discover this turn is whether Ike is going to die to some kind of incoming attack. Like if he gets mobbed by mages or something. But rescue staves are always amazing. We might want to spare one up and running this turn. Let's actually put L-Surge in convoy. Just in case. Amazing stats on this thing. We don't really have a defensive swordsman who's going to use it though, but... now after the attack it is going to disappear once again. Get vicious? What does that mean? Are we seeing some reinforcements or... okay. Well, that's fine. Everybody's going to come in and Ether is just going to take them out at once. Or at least severely damage them. He's not going to get too many in range. He's just going to get 2. Probably less efficient than just staying on Great Lance, but oh well. Okay, that's fine. So he's back in this square after jumping around a map the whole time. We need to light the remaining torch, probably. Yeah, there's beacon here, but we need to reveal it first before we can... yeah, because we can't just blindly go into a dark square. However, that's what Vendreo's for. He's going to drop a shine. And it's okay to get within range here because Vendreo can suffer through magic attacks without issues. I think. In fact, it might be a good way to take that out. Oh, except his shine's no longer active. Okay, so that's a problem. In that case... we will just move some units over and... Yeah, I forgot that expired. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do this the hard way. And I can't hit anything here. Augers. Oh, they're just barely out of range. Not doing anything useful. Where's the beacon? Over here. Okay, so we want to get within range of actually seeing the beacon. If we can. Let's just attack into something. We'll just heal out some of these guys.
Forgive us.
See what we can do from there. Yeah, probably what will need to happen is that we move Louis and Ike over here, and then reload him with Seedall to push towards the beacon, and probably reveal some defensive units around the pillars. Unless, of course, the trigger event here now was to just put everything in an attacking posture, in which case, well, that just happens. But we do need to reveal the beacon, so... Yeah, I don't know enough about vision ranges in this game. It looks like it is standard 3 tiles, unless you buff them up. Interestingly enough, though, if vision range is something that is enhanced by a stat increase to all stats. I mean, sometimes you have some differences, at least in past games you've had differences between classes when it comes to what the vision range could be, right? And unfortunately we don't see that on the stat sheet, but if vision range were actually consistently enhanced by stats, then what we should in fact be doing is using Instruct on Byleth to kind of open up the map. And in fact, since Byleth isn't going to be doing anything else useful here, let's just do that. Let's just go Instruct. Okay, no, it doesn't really do much. It just gives him an additional point of movement, point of vision, rather. You can see that some units are going to come in over here. Okay, bad idea, maybe. That's okay. We'll probably have to smack this guy first, then. And then he'll reveal 3 tiles. 3 tiles is okay, because he can come over here and try to activate the beacon. Decide, maybe. No, we determined previously that you can't do that. You have to reveal the beacon first on the map. We do know you can't do that at this point. Anyway, Citrin can do something here. 33, yeah, that's fine. And Chloe can do a whole bunch of hit and run as usual. Marin might actually be able to double this guy. He's got speed 20. This is going to speed 30. 11 sword or dagger? 11 sword, and then Citrin can finish it off. Yeah, so this gang over here is just going to bust its way in.
I claim this victory.
And Chloe and Lynn can probably drop some doubles. We can also do some lightning attacks back here. Chain guard on Thoron. That's okay, because Chloe can hit and run over here and just kill it.
I can't retreat now.
we've got a pretty big attack range on everything here, but that's okay, because now you should be able to go Thunder against this guy, or even just good old standard magical attack. Which is not going to be fast enough to do anything. Yeah, I think we will just smack this guy, and we'll smack him using Corrin to freeze. And just freeze the unit. I think that is the way it will have to be done. Let's put in 1, 2, 3, 3 range. Unfortunately, can't quite get far enough in there. If we trade off a longbow, then Anna can probably longbow this guy. And that would solve that problem. I kind of like that play. We haven't used longbow on her, in fact, but no reason we can't start now. So we take Alchrist up here, for instance. Now wait, let's take a look at his engage as well. What hit? Yeah, no, we'll just take him up there. We'll take her on to a longbow here. And we'll trade it for hammer, probably. We haven't had a need for it. And that'll kill it pretty easily. 3 range.
All in a day's work.
And let's take a look at Seedal's range. Seedal and Sigurd over here. We want to get beside the pillars if we can. I think we need to get pretty close in to see anything that's going on there, though. So I get over here. Yeah, okay, so this guy's going to be over here with a silver sword. That's fine. Speed 29 against Seedal. We obviously can't have him hit directly. 34, that'll do 22 damage. But then we can reveal the torch the next turn, probably. We'll definitely need to kill this. And we can. Unless we miss by attacking into the pillar, which is a definite risk factor. Also, Seedal can always pull back out of that block. In fact, maybe pull over to this location and block him 2 ways. Yeah, I like that. Okay, in which case, I'll actually go here to pick up whatever's in this location. And we'll park over here, because that's probably best defended. And we'll get Louis over here. Do Great Lance this guy.
Come and get it!
That was eye-opening.
Okay. Next. Also notice that we still have some dark squares over here that are unaccounted for. We need to potentially deal with that. And the best way to deal with that, if we don't know if we can get the kill, is first of all to potentially rewarp John over into a better defensive position. Secondly, definitely freeze this guy. So basically we would engage... Who's left? He's just these two. Yeah, basically we don't want somebody coming from here and smacking Pandreo down here. So possibly we go Jean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, obstructing this location. Then magic attacks are around 40 something. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. If we just rewarp down there. Just be absolutely safe. I don't know who's standing here, so I think we do need to do it this way, despite having to burn a staff to do it. Or if we don't want to burn rewarp, we can always burn obstruct. That's a little cheaper as far as plays go. In fact, I kind of like that. Well, in that case, what we will do is we'll engage.
Grant me strength.
I mean, we should be able to finish this within 4 turns at this point, so I would hope. So, we're going to attack into this guy with Thoron, and he'll be frozen either way. We just need to not die to some kind of dark attack. Way to prevent that is to drop. Maybe. Let's see. I mean, somebody's going to come in here. Potentially. Just drops something on tile over Pendreo. That'll clog things up a bit. You never know. Might as well be safe. We haven't used obstruction in a while. That was really good. The MVP staff early in the game. We found all kinds of creative uses for it. Yeah, look at. That's exactly what I thought. That somebody would come in like that. I knew it would be something like that. Luckily, it missed. Luckily, it's like we shouldn't have to deal with anything else there. And yeah, look at that. They totally try to stuff you. Looks like this guy's on a chain guard here. That's okay, we'll kill it. And we'll once again use Ivy's power to freeze everybody if we can. I think that's the best way to do this. Is to use Ivy whenever possible. Yeah, Pendreo can also go over here and activate light if Seedall is busy somewhere else. Also, if Louis is over here, then you'll have enough vision to go for the chest this turn. In fact, we should bring him over here just to reveal pillars. Or, well, no, he should reveal the light. And then goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He should be able to pop open the chest. Maybe kind of wasting Louis over there, though. I feel like maybe we should use a unit who is not quite so valuable for playing at the center. Oh, also, I totally forgot that you can't actually immobilize. No, yes you can. It can't be moved by skills, but you can totally immobilize him. He's not immune to that. You just can't push him with the Great Lens. That's okay. Because then we have this whole cluster here that's actually going to respond very well to Ivy's power. We could even go Torrential Roar and just smack all of them at once. We probably don't want to stand right in front of him, but yeah, that's the issue with Torrential Roar, is that it won't hit in quite the angle that I want. But there are a couple of ways to just immobilize all three, though. Best way to do it is probably just to... Well, we'll see. Let's do the side first. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, it is a slight point of concern that we still... I need to check my vision here, hang on. Because this disguises it very well. Yeah, we still need to reveal these squares in the center. Until we do that, it is a little dangerous to proceed, but we can do it. Because we plan to immobilize everybody here anyway, so we just need to not get within 2 range of this attack here. Everything here is 2 range, right? Yeah. And because Ragnarok Warp is reversed from Warp Ragnarok, where it attacks first and then warps, immobilizing him is actually going to work as long as we stay out of range. So, you know what? We can even do Blazing Lion over here. Just drop some fire. I might not want to drop fire on myself. That might be a bad idea. Let's rethink this for a moment. Yeah, let's go Ivy over here first, just to get her out of the way. And we'll go Thoron over here. It won't do much damage, but the whole point is to freeze him, so... Okay, good. No movement there, that's great. Then we get Marin and Roy over here. And we'll finally get to use some fire. Break some stuff. The attack only matters for the first unit hit. Everything else is just fire. No, it affects the adjacent unit as well. So we'll go Silver Sword. Unless the Lance Reaver will do better. Looking at the pixels here, I think Silver Sword is best. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's gotta be that. So just drop fire. Haven't really gotten a chance to use that, so nice to do so for a change. Okay, in that case, let's light this up. Seedall can get Louis to run over here and grab the chest. And we'll give ourselves about a 1-turn buffer before we go for the kill. Let's take out the stragglers. And you know what? No. I've got a better idea. We actually do want to hit Roy while we still have the weapon available, and then we can pull out. Because then we can at least get him down by a life bar. Now this won't really break him, but it's a 29 hit percent response. So even if she does get hit, that's probably not too bad. And this guy won't be able to do anything, so... In fact, Citrin can probably just smack him. He'll take damage from the damage per turn anyway, but we want to farm a little bit of experience.
Thank you for the dance.
And in fact, if Grisrata dies to the first attack, when his life bar resets, he does not counterattack, so... Since this does enough damage to burn him down, we can attack into him now, and he'll be fine. Indeed, I wonder if there's a better way to do it. Possibly using the longbows. Oh, I don't have a longbow here anymore, I have to trade it off. That's okay. What we'll do... We'll go Killer Bow here. And we'll trade the longbow back in.
Window jumper! Come again!
Okay, the win is in sight. We'll trade. So accustomed to having a longbow on him at all times. It's strange. Oh, if you trade though, you can't engage in the same turn. You'd have to engage and then trade. And actually, if you engage, I don't know if you can trade. You probably should be able to. Okay, but that's okay because the longbow is going to get the kill on him anyway, due to the stat reduction. So we just hit him at range, and we'll burn down 2 life bars this turn.
I had no choice but to win.
And we'll save the last life bar for next turn.
Oh, Sally, you're all fired up, aren't you?
Yeah, well, not on my watch. Okay, so we're going to go in with Chloe and then hit and then pull out. Okay, that's interesting that it doesn't quite do enough. It's 1 damage short. And she would die in response. That is not good. If I heal her up in advance, though, then that's not an issue. But it is unfortunate. Oh, also you can do the buff thing with allies within 2 spaces or whatever, maybe. Or you just hit from a different position, like this. No, not quite. Okay, this doesn't quite work as well as I had hoped. However, yeah, you just have to let him attack then. Let him, but he'd be able to warp out if he attacks at all, so I need to stay out of range. It might be okay, in fact, because he'll die to fire. Damage per turn. So the main thing we need to do is heal up. And we do that. Because we've got range heal on Pendreo. Yeah, it's a 24% hit in response, but we're not taking chances. Yeah, because he'll just take the 1 extra damage from fire. That's how it will go. If it's 30 damage in response, why does that take her down to 2? That seems unusually... Oh, okay. Because he actually does have a counter. Unholy Stance. Deals 50% of damage taken back to foe. That's what it is. That's what it is. We didn't have that previously. Well, now we do. And so the damage that I take in response would be guaranteed. So at minimum I would take 22 damage off this one, and I would have to pull her back out. Luckily, we don't care. But we actually specifically don't want to crit then, because she would take too much. So we can't just drop crit weapons all over the place on her. On the other hand, if it's a killing shot, I wonder if it actually does deal damage back. Yes, it does, because I think it is damage that is deflected immediately. Okay, this is tricky. Let's chance it. We specifically don't want to crit.
I've had my eye on you. A good wind.
Oh, actually, if she just gets a crit and kills him, then there's no responding attack. Good, good. That's the way it worked in past Fire Emblem games as well, I think. That works. And so he's down to the last life bar, and he's going to be stuck there, basically. And we'll take damage from fire this turn. Now, we do this. We go for treasure. And we'll put Seedall back here, just in case. Brave bow. Well, aren't I glad I just spent so many resources on crafting one for myself before this map. Well, we could always use two, so that's fine. And we've got a couple of units remaining. We want to wait until we open up the treasure chest before we finish the map, so we'll hold off, and hopefully nothing comes in here and smacks me down. In fact, just in case something like that happens, we better maybe move into this position. Yeah, I think I'm okay though. I don't think there's anything left on the map at this point, because we will have fought on most of the relevant squares where that could have happened. So we'll leave Sean over here so he has enough movement range to get into melee if needed. And we'll chain guard in case somebody comes in the back. Okay, nobody's gonna come in. Great. That means Ike opens up the other chest. And yeah, 2 dexterity. We'll worry about that later. Fire is gone. Now let's figure out who gets to kill him below. We need to do 38. And yeah, she does take damage in response potentially. Oh, she no longer has the bow either. She'd have to go in with Willow Lance probably. And that stops just short by 1 damage once again, but we can maybe do some repositioning to make sure that doesn't happen. And also some party buffing as well. And so for example, we'll just come in here and buffer up. And that would do it. Unless we want something fancier. Do we have anybody in particular to level up? It is a pretty advanced party at this point. I guess Alkris is the only one who's maybe a little bit weak. And Brave Bow would do it. Although he would take tremendous damage and he would die before he gets skill shot, so we cannot do it that way. However, the engage attack on him
Engage!
with Leaf. That's the one that has a certain probability of looting additional gold, which is why I think I'll try it. Yeah, because that will kill. That's 100%. And it does have the property of trying to loot the extra 1,000. And he needs an experience, so I think that's who we will go with. We'll dance this knight away anyway, just to maybe build up the bar slightly for his experience. Do another instruct down here. Yeah, double instruct is something that we haven't really been playing around with, but you can basically just buff up your whole party in a very satisfying way. Let's just finish this up, and I think that's all we wanted to do. And yeah, that's plenty. that'll allow us to loot Celica. And Excalibur. Aren't I glad I also recently dumped too many resources in crafting one of those. Without really having somebody to use it on, we just don't have a mage who is a natural fit for that just yet. The type effectiveness is not actually proven to be that good. Anyway, 10 turns. Bit messy. Messy mostly because we didn't understand. First of all, just how poorly we would be able to see the Fog of War in the UI when we have the range checker up and running everywhere, and secondly, that we didn't quite remember the rules of engagement when it came to vision ranges and revealing tiles, so kind of a tough map, but we haven't had much practice with Fog of War in several Fire Emblem games, so kind of have to relearn the pace of it from scratch. It's a very interesting map, though, because there is that forward time pressure of trying to take out the thieves and loot the chests.
The ring! We got it back!
And you have to balance that against a natural sense of caution that comes with doing a fog map. So, anyway, got Celica's ring. It will probably go on Citrin, but we'll need to do her log first.
What are you laughing at?
Me. Better summon her.
I know. Care for us. Emblem of Echoes.
Well, does it go as planned? It goes as planned.
I thank you.
Emblem Celica. It's such a relief to have you back again.
What's the trick? The trick is that he's a madman.
Oh man, ain't this whole thing just a laugh riot? Zephyr, that little hunch of yours was so dead on!
I think it's clear you've lost your mind.
Look at you acting all high and mighty. It's clear you've lost your mind. Yeah, that's cute. The real question is, have you lost yours? You're playing up this whole thing like you're a god, but you're fighting on the wrong side.
So he's figured out that
Why are you
the Avatar
staring at me
is, in
with that
fact,
stupid
Sombrun's
look on your
child.
face? You think you're a divine dragon? Let me set you
He
straight.
is the Fell Dragon.
You are the child of the Fell Dragon!
I am his child? No, but...
As always, you're the last to know. I think everybody had figured it out by this point.
How dare you utter such slander?
Okay,
such
not
lies.
everybody has figured it out by this point.
If
It's
the
totally true,
dragon
though.
doesn't remember it, how the hell would you know anything? Were you there 1,000 years ago? I'll tell you how I figured it out. Divine and Fell Dragons can both summon emblems, right? But they don't do it the same way. Divine Dragons pray. Fell Dragons, though,
Fell Dragons, engage.
they use invocations.
Oh, I was right about that too.
That's how you summon Celica. Which means you're... say it with me.
But then... I don't understand.
How should I know? You'll have to ask her.
You blackguard!
Sticks and stones, buddy. Too bad it cost me a ring. Lord Sombron and Lady Vale should be long gone by now.
You mean... they were here after all?
Whoops. Didn't mean for that to slip out. Ah well, your divine dragon's a fraud. Will you scatter to the winds? See ya.
No, we will stand and fight. We still need Marth's ring back, so... As expected, Marth is going to be last.
I'm the Fell Dragons.
He
Yes,
was
you are.
lying, Divine One. I don't believe a word of it.
We can't be divided by the enemy.
Saying Sombron isn't here may have been another attempt to mislead us.
Let's look around and make sure.
Anyway, we will look around, we'll loot the map.
Well?
This place is well and truly deserted.
Yes. Sombron is no longer in the castle.
What should we do now?
Our fellow dragon is in another castle.
If what Gris said is true, I should leave.
What do you mean, leave?
The night Mother died, I had a nightmare. My hair and eyes were red.
One bad dream doesn't prove anything.
Maybe not. But this will. Emblem Sigurd.
I am here.
You knew me 1,000 years ago, didn't you? Was Gris telling the truth? Am I the Fell Dragon's child?
Yeah,
you are. How can this be?
So it's true.
And the Emblems have had a conference of their own to discuss some plan of theirs, though. That sounds suspiciously like time travel.
I apologize. With your memories lost, that is what
Some
Lumera
kind
and
of
I
massive
agreed
reset
upon the
button.
day you awoke.
Why did Mother call me her child?
Sombron had turned his back on you. Both you and Lumera wished above all else to be a family. That is the fullness of my knowledge.
That's plenty, Sigurd. I'm sorry, everyone.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Only a divine dragon could imprison Sombron. What chance do we have now of surviving this war without such power?
Why would you assume you lack the power of a divine dragon? You have fell dragon blood, yes. Think back to Floroport, when my ring was returned.
But I used an invocation.
Emblem summoned through a fell dragon's power. Think back upon Emblem summoned with the fell dragon's power.
No. When I called out to them...
Please, explain further, sir.
A fell dragon's invocation robs an emblem of their free will. With a prayer, the emblem keeps their free will. You use both invocation and prayer.
You mean... I do have the power of a divine dragon?
Precisely. Your hair and eyes prove the fact eloquently. The blue is proof that through Lumera's love, Lumera shortened her life.
Oh, okay.
So
That explains
you
it.
could succeed her as the divine dragon.
Mother.
We emblems fight alongside you of our own volition. We could only deepen our bonds with you because you have the power of a divine dragon.
I was thinking about this as a possibility all along, specifically because of that heterochromia.
You are the one intended
duality
to
of blue
carry
and
on
red.
Lumera's legacy. Will you still leave after hearing this?
No. I want to stay. I can't change that I'm the Fell Dragon's child, but I would like to continue on as the Divine Dragon.
Of course we will.
Oh, Alfred.
Sure, first we came to you because we needed your help. Fell or divine or whatever else.
We'd never have made it this far without you. If you have only half of your power, so be it.
What matters to me isn't how you were born. If you choose to live as a divine dragon...
Conflicted as I might be, I am made resolute by the terror I feel at losing you. Because, to me, you are the divine dragon.
Everyone agrees. After all, you are what connects them. You are, and always shall be.
Thank you, everyone. There's much I don't know. I may have made choices in the past that I can't take back, but for now, I'll continue on this journey with you.
We emblems will follow you.
50k, very nice. Might finally up some of the donations to the various kingdoms. The next tier on all of them is 25k. We've been dead broke for some time when it comes to gold, so. Mostly because I've been blowing it all on weapon upgrades here and there. So, nice to have a bit of an infusion of money again as we continue along our merry way. And we'll see if we do the next map. Also, let's see how I was doing for supports. Just no new supports. I guess a lot of supports are making up to B level at this point. Also, yeah, Citrin was already up to 10 with Celica before, which was why, well, I mean, this was 10 chapters ago, but which is why her conversation has been pending for all this time, pretty much depending on getting Celica back. And speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen her, so why don't we take a look at what Celica does. Yeah, we won't put the ring on right now because we know we'll just have to lose it again for the paralog, but see if we can perhaps do some skill inheritance off of that. Yeah, favorite food. Actually, it's kind of interesting. We've got a recover staff. And yeah, mostly just a huge boost to our magic, which is fine, is what we need. I had been thinking about putting Celica on maybe someone like Jondo to really take advantage of his magic stat, which we largely aren't using. Yeah, the thing about Resonance is that, you know, since it does slowly sap your HP, it doesn't make sense to use it on a unit that might also be chain guarding, though. This is only if you use the tome, though. Or you take a point sacrifice. That's specifically when you're using a magic attack. Oh yeah, she's actually not even at level 10, she's just at level 5. That's where she jammed beforehand, which is why we didn't have any skill inheritance for Celica yet at that time. Well, that's okay, we can just continue it. And have their conversation when the time comes. Anyway, let's loot the map first.
If I may.
And we'll just pop some of the mission-specific dialogue. The fan club remains unperturbed.
Thank you.
If I may.
Kind of a nice castle, all things considered.
Hang on.
Yeah, I used to worship the Fell Dragon. I mean, you are free to resume now, I suppose. No particular contradiction in terms.
Yes.
That's right.
Ah.
And yeah, picking up a couple more materials. We've been pretty iron heavy. Always running out of steel and silver, but then there is that slightly inefficient conversion between materials that we could take advantage of. Anyway, the dialogue unique to the mission,
pardon me,
is marked in blue. I think the other lines are just the generic post-battle lines that will be there after skirmish battles on the same maps as well. I believe that's how it works. But let's reveal the world map and see what we're dealing with when it comes to what looks to be Celica's map next.
Divine Dragon.
Mavir, it's you.
I overheard your conversation about being Lord Sombron's child. If that is true, then I urge you to help Lady Vale.
What? You're not here to stop us?
All this time, Lady Vale has been sustained by a desire to meet her sibling. If she sees you, she will be saved.
I'd like to support her, like my friends here have supported me. Vale. The true Vale.
She is traveling with Lord Sombron.
Lethos?
You will have to trust me.
What do you think?
Let's go with him.
And the question is, does he join the party? Anyway, let's grab the conversation. all these skirmish battles we have not been doing. I guess the level scaling has not been especially convenient. Okay, heading off to the central island. And this is in its own little kingdom here. I wonder if we can do anything to donate to it and upgrade it, but also, did we not get a Celica paralog, or did I misread this? We totally should have, right? Hang on. Forgotten Shrine. Oh yeah, here's Celica's paralog. Advanced class level 10. We will probably do it. I don't know if we'll do it today. We might look at the map to see how much of an undertaking it is, if it's particularly huge, or if it is something that's going to be tractable. A small amount of time. What we should do is head to the Somniel first. And oh no, we should hit the conversations first. Get these two up running.
Excuse me, Citrine. Oh, I was just admiring your dress.
Very fashionable. These two ladies know how to get along. Anyway, let's see what's new at our home base. We'll be fairly brief about this. We'll want to check the donation board. Might want to rearrange some weapons, but other than that, I am quite eager to get up the next map to see if it's possible to do it. Or if that would run the stream too long. Just gonna loot the materials and then... What does it say? New stock in the boutique item shop and armory, so... Possibly some weapons that were previously very short supply have now been uncapped. Or maybe some of the A-rank weapons have come in, which is also a possibility. I discovered now that I've actually bothered to check the numbers on it that the cash requirement to upgrade weapons into different tiers, not just boosting their stats up to +1 or +5 or whatever, but, you know, upgrading, say, iron to steel, steel to silver, is that it's much less efficient than just buying directly from the shop. And that the only reason you would do it, if you were optimizing, is if you were trying to get a weapon that is an extremely limited supply, and which is either unavailable in the shop or limited stock.
Hey, so...
We haven't bought anything here yet. Materials are nice, of course, but expensive. Let's grab the fishing rod. Not that we've been doing the fishing game, but let's do it anyway. Small fish won't even bite. So this is just for
Thanks for shopping.
catching big fish, which we just haven't done at all.
Feel free to come again.
And let's see. Oh yeah, and Celica's engraving as well. I don't know if we had ever applied it to anybody. Let's check. What does their symbol look like? We'll just take a look. Yeah, Emblem of Echoes. I don't think we ever used it on anybody. Okay, reduces power but makes the weapon a little more lightweight. I guess it also increases the dodge chance quite a bit. It's something that potentially could be useful for maybe some spells, because the thing is,
I'll be here.
right now Citrine has felt a little underpowered because her build 8 does preclude a couple of spells. Speaking of which, let's... Do we want to keep this, or do we want L-Surge on her? I think L-Surge is always pretty good as a bit of insurance, so... We'll move to ranged heal off of her for the time being. Rescue is too good. Do want to keep Rescue. And yeah, we can probably get her to do some skill inheritance from Celica as well, just to pump the magic stat, for instance, but we'll worry about that later. And what are we doing here? Yes, we wanted to check the shops just to see what's going on. And yeah, okay, silver rank, brave rank is finally up. Silver rank was previously available, but now it is uncapped. It is infinite stock, which is helpful. Silver blade, we just picked one up in the last map. Don't really have a nice candidate for that one just yet, but flame lance, we don't have a flame lance. We probably should pick one up to get some magic attack going on our lancers, which we're currently missing. And we'll have to check their stats to see who it makes sense to assign that to. Everything else is pretty familiar.
Take care.
And what about the item shop? Okay. Additional stock of recover, rescue, and trap. That's good. We don't have an entrap yet, in fact. Might be fun. Entrap is the one that teleports the enemy towards you. So you can pull them out of a cluster or something. Pull them back, perhaps, if it's a thief race scenario. Or something like that.
Do come again.
Okay, anything in particular we want to look at? Oh yes, that's right. We will first of all check the donation board. If we want to deal with it right now. And yeah, because you only have these 4 kingdoms available, you don't have the one in the center, the Land of Lethos, just yet. I mean, it's not a faction that you're recruiting anyway, so that makes sense. That would be limited. Alright, usual rounds will be cooking plus ring chamber, probably. Again, we need to shore up the back line a little bit. I had been pumping up Jade recently. Trying to get her up to 20 so we can build a Great Knight. Yeah, we just need more of a back line in case the party cap extends beyond 12. We're currently pretty sunk. We have maybe 13 or 14 good units, and some of those are starting to fall behind.
I challenge you. Face my iron wall.
I'm Micaiah. Let's make this match a good one.
This isn't funny enough to write about.
Does not even get a hit in edgewise, but that's what happens when you take one of the great weapons. It allows your opponent to fire first. Let's try it again.
I'm Jade, a royal soldier of Brodia.
It's me, the Brodian prince who isn't Diamant.
she's not gonna land a single hit.
This isn't funny enough to write about.
No, it's not. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like unless she scores a big win, we will not get her up to 20 to cycle. Well, that's okay. It is kind of conspicuous that sometimes with maps where I'm splitting my team,
I'll be your partner.
starting to see Jean fall behind a bit as a physical defender, so usually we're just stuck with blue.
I lost.
I might have to write a book about this.
Yeah, that's probably because we've been skipping out on a lot of the units that would be helpful in terms of getting them all leveled up. And yeah, I probably want to get Ivy set up with Celica at some point as well, but we'll worry about that later. What else do we need to do? Oh yes, to food, and then we'll go. We'll at least look at Celica's map to see what we're doing. Not expecting something as breezy as Mikaya's map the other day, where we just slapped down in 3 turns. Or for Ragnarok, up to 10 spaces. Absolutely crazy. We know because we used it. Anyway, let's get the stat boost. And we'll build up some kind of top line support for this probably. Now that I have minimum C with everybody who is in fact present. Does Anna get along with anybody? Not really. She has nothing to say to them. Sure. Haven't been thinking particularly hard about this.
I don't do anything by halves. How come these utensils aren't weighted? You know, this might be good for muscles.
I bet this would be a hit with customers.
Yeah, I could get used to this flavor.
And no leftovers from that. Okay. And no support conversations either, which is fine by me. It means that we can get out of here relatively quickly. So, let's just duck out. Anything else we'll be interested in here? We'll just have to wait. And we'll spend down some of the money between maps when I'm off stream. Maybe. It'll probably just go to the donations. But we'll see. Not the donations, the skirmishes, rather. Completely lost track of what I was saying. Anyway, Paralog Forgotten Shrine. Let's take a peek. I don't know if I'll play it, but because we are in a position where a complicated map could run us very, very late. Yeah, let's do a bit of a pre-save first.
There's something about this island. It's like a magical energy.
The sea-bound shrine was located in a place quite similar to this.
What kind of place was that?
It sat in the Novus Strait, off of Zofia.
I wonder if that means there's an altar here, too.
This place reminds me of those days. I was so set on how I thought the world should be
that doesn't seem like you.
Back then, I visited Milla's temple. Then we discovered there was a necro dragon on the island, and we'd already fought a band of pirates.
It sounds to me like you were helping people as you traveled.
So, would you have chosen the same?
Of course. I couldn't ignore anyone in need.
I know you wouldn't. You're courageous and strong.
I suppose I don't understand.
This is where you will face your trial. Defeat me in combat, and our bond will grow stronger. Now take up your weapon, and let's see where your courage can take you.
I understand, and I'm going to win.
Well, let's see it. And we'll just do a quick inspection here. Hey, it's gonna be a ship map. Those are always fun. Let's see here. Party of 10, okay. We'll figure out who to cut. Alright, so we need to take out dragons. We know we can do that using Astra, actually. This is very few units. I feel like there are definitely going to be massive reinforcements that come somehow. There's no way it's this clear. It's a map that's going to mob me somehow. And what is Celica looking at here? He's got Seraphim. Yeah, I guess we need to deal with the Warp Ragnarok power, which is why there's so much open space, potentially. She's got the big heal staff. What about the abilities? Warp up to 10 spaces, make a powerful magic attack. Yeah, we basically need to count at any point. She's going to dive in and try to get to jump on me. If a corrupted attacks units... Right, because we just played the opposite of that in the last map, where we had to counterattack from anybody who's non-corrupted. So we were basically playing against reverse Celica in the story map in Chapter 20. Need to account for the +3, of course, and it's the Echo attack. Okay. Well, let's see who we want here and who we're going to cut. Yeah, the main issue is mostly 3 dragons, and the fact that the pod's down there. Well, I mean, there's one refresh point down here as well that's potentially useful. The objective is just to defeat Celica, okay. Unit selection. It's going to be pretty magic heavy. I need to consider whether... I mean, currently everybody is a magical attacker, or a penetrating attacker, so... And the question is whether we would really even want to be running somebody like Louis, for instance, who would just get eaten alive in some cases. Let's see who it makes sense to cut then. Yeah, Marin and Roy would be interesting to keep in this one simply because you still have the physical attack available. Aren't entirely dependent on the 11 sword. Anyway, let's take a look at her abilities once more. She's just got 3 life bars. Yeah, I wonder how bad the reinforcement situation is on this map, because it is so suspicious. Obviously what's going to happen. Basically we can... And these guys are frozen in place too, which... I don't trust this. Anyway, unit selection though. If we only have 10 available... Well, she's the 11th ring. Let's just prioritize the units that have the existing rings. Although that would mean benching Citrin. I don't know if we want to do that. We could just trade another ring onto her. Let's take a look again. On the other hand, the resilience is going to be so high on all of the magic in this map that benching Citrin, even though she's ultimately going to be the one who gets the most use out of Celica's ring, that might be the adjustment bring in one of the archers instead. Although the nice thing about Citrin is that, you know, I like having as many 3-range attackers that I am able to get. It's more that will not make a dent. Okay. We might have to venture. And then we'll just bring in Alchrist again. I am kind of determining this based on trying to have all 10 of our other emblems available. Not just for some crazy spectacle plays. I think like Alchrist might actually be kind of bad on this map, but we'll roll with it. Or we just bench him and then I don't know if it makes sense to move Leaf. What does it train? I guess Vantage would be good. Or alternatively, we drop Pendreo this round. And move Micaiah over to Citrin. It'll be a slight drop in the resilience to magic attacks that we would be dealing with here, but the attack numbers are not terribly high anyway. The only thing being that Pendreo does have the benefit of doing the self-heal after a sacrifice play. So we might actually trade them. Just do something stylistically. Now let me take a look at their stats. They're both mystical, so the stats and the skills should be pretty much identical. I like his speed though, that's the thing. 28 speed is really huge. Nah, no, we'll do this as is. No Citrin for this one. For the first time in a while. Yeah. And, you know, having Ivy is too useful with Corn's power. Comes to the freeze. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go with some of our flyers. I want to get my flyers in position as soon as possible. And start sniping. Yeah, I bet it's just open space to allow her to jump around. Which means that having some fragile units here might be inadvisable. Let's check the resistance numbers on this. There's a few that are good. Basically 3 that are good. Ivy, Pendreo, and Jean himself. Just kind of thinking about would have wanted to do things this way. Also, yeah, we had traded warp and rescue. We have a rescue already. It's going to be a little bit redundant, so let's trade it back. Or what was I thinking of? No, hang on. Ah, yes, to warp and rescue. That's right. What about amend accounts? Okay. Yeah, we'll probably be able to get somebody to double up front. Yeah, maybe Louis and Ike are not going to be useful here. That's okay. We'll kind of keep them in the vacuum. of it. Oh, also we have cannons. I didn't realize that. So yeah, this is definitely going to be some kind of massive reinforcement-laden defense that we need to put up. There's no way that this map is going to remain this clear. Absolutely no way. It's just a matter of figuring out what's going to pop at us. In which case, we'll just leave things mostly as they are. And the only difference being that we do want to snipe with Chloe. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Minimum here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She comes here. Or perhaps... yeah, here. We can get Jean. Oh, not Jean. We can get... wait, who is... I'm going to double up Sigurd. And we want a flyer over there so he's not totally out of position. Because the flyer is just going to be way too far off. And everybody is more or less as I expected here, perhaps. Although, let's take a look at something here. Whether Mystical has any particular compatibility with Leaf that I should know about. Leaf is very much about exploding weapon triangle, though, and exploding physical weapons. That's okay, we'll just finish the turn. She'll be back. Inventory check, and then we'll fight. Oh yeah, torches, let's get rid of that. I want to think about that for a while. We do have some brave bows going already. Although, yeah, maybe replacing Hammer with her, especially now that we have Radiant Bow to do spell damage against the enemies that normally would be taken down with Hammer. Let's actually do that. Wrong unit type. Oh, right, because her mastery is only up to B. Okay, so she can't actually do that. Okay, in that case, let's see what we're dealing with here. Yeah, everybody's just going to crowd up front a little bit, I think. I mean, we don't know what's going on until we see where things like reinforcements are going to spawn. Our guess is as good as mine. We probably want slower movement up front, though. I mean, what do we do with this pod over here? I feel like that's going to be for something that would burn nice and early. Okay, let's just do it. There's not much I can learn from fussing with this one. We actually have to see the map.
The preparations for battle are complete.
So what's she going to send? Oh, there we go. I was wondering.
There. See the summoner?
Okay, so we take it on as summoners. In that case, we're going to use Astra against that instead, probably. And we'll just take out one cluster at a time. We got lots of bows, so I'm not even worried about the winged attackers so much. Who are we worried about? Physical attackers we don't worry too much about. Lances. A little bit heavy. We want to take out high-speed characters. We don't want to deal with high speed, I think. Because so much of our party is built around doubling against them. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We only have so many pawns to go around. And yeah, we'll just stay well out of range of her. Because Warp Ragnarok covers all of this. That... She gets within 10 spaces of any of this, and she drops her attack beyond that, so... in that case, let's get some units down here right away. Also,
here goes.
The flame cannon is only going to go so far. Yeah, let's push the right side then. And
What a lovely scene.
I will push up front. Nice and far.
Emblem, engage!
Now let's just simplify. Yeah, that'll take it out. Means that we're momentarily giving up on the idea of sniping the dragons right away, but it's more important to get this out of the way without additional issues. Yeah, we don't want to deal with that.
Now I have you. I can't retreat now.
Okay, we can even move her up front a little bit. Get some snipes later on.
Devoted to you.
Even build our little Air Force over here. And yeah, well, somebody manning the cannons probably, but then you can also just push out into the map and try to hit right away.
I live to serve.
And okay, you can come down here. Seedall can probably refresh him. And you know what? We can probably do a big play right away. Still not quite there yet. Do we have a warp staff? Or did I just trade that off? We do have a warp staff. Because I think it would actually make sense to get Louis to dive bomb everybody. So we can send him way up front. And then we just smack everybody who's coming in with ether. Kind of like that. So where is my caster? Oh, that's unfortunate. Way out of position. Let's see here. I mean, we don't need to just power right away. Let's see where his positioning is going to be. I can also do some kind of swap or something to reactivate. Like if we have Louis over here, then we swap with someone standing here. Then we reload him, then we go... What's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then he's still out of range of doing anything that interesting. So let's say he's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And be dependent on some kind of swap. If you come here, you swap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about how long it takes to start attracting the first wave. And then we can always do the ether play on the next turn after that, perhaps. When everybody's just coming in. The only thing to be aware of is backup attacks, because backup attacks could cause problems. But then that's what engaging is for. And possibly even freezing the units. Okay, we'll do it that way. Two, three, four, five. Okay, so done. Yeah, go over here. And we'll just swap this way.
How mysterious.
Then one up front we can. Okay. Get any extra support over here. And the Great Lance should be able to deflect just fine. And yeah, let's wait. We'll mark the pods, just make sure we don't step into them. And of course there will be these guys coming up in the back.
I'm ready.
Yeah. I think the map is trying to encourage you to fight on a ship and defend, but I tend to play defense maps pretty aggressively.
With pride.
Yeah, we'll just get everybody to join the fight.
Time to
And
open up
yeah, we'll
shop.
just move up the whole squad. And we'll keep Walkers back here in case we need them on bow duty. Actually, no, because flyers are coming in this side. We'll go this. Okay, who we got left?
As you wish, Divine One.
And yeah, it doesn't quite kill. It's alright though. Okay. This will probably be the point at which we do the article. And we can also shoot some things down. And yeah, we'll just probably track the entire crowd over here where we can. Stand here and let the ability do its work. So for example, if... oh, no. Just gonna test the damage here.
Emblem, engage!
So Ether, Irvan would not take it out. Okay, so the thing about Ether is that it's not going to be quite strong enough. Unless we have some kind of stat boost on it, which we can do. Just pull him back and have him stand somewhere strategic. Or we can just destroy as much of this side as we can. While we can. Okay, actually tougher than I thought. Yeah, actually consistently tougher than I thought. When it comes to numbers being just outside range of what I need. However, that is what the flame cannon is potentially for. And, yeah, we fire, then we can basically smack a whole cluster at once. Look at that. Oh, that'll be fantastic. Look at this. However, the issue is that fire doesn't actually stop flyers. So there's no real impediment there, and also I'm getting my own units caught in there. Yeah, we actually shouldn't do that because fire won't stop the fires. Anyhow. And over here, we can probably freeze 3. That might work a lot better. Yeah, but this would be the position if we had to nuke everybody down there instead. Yeah, interestingly enough, with all of them spread out, it's harder to lock them down using something like Corrin's ability. But yeah, we got bows galore. We can probably just get in there and hit things with bows. Yeah, longbow won't quite work here, but that's because we should switch to a different one. Also, Roy can drop some fire. A lot of little plays that we haven't really been considering properly. But we can basically nuke this whole cluster. I think we can do it. Like, we just set up like this, and then it drops fire on all of them, and it just freezes them outright. Only problem is that it does impede my movement coming in from this side if I want to swing any of these units down there. But I think it's probably fine as is. Don't even need an archer there, necessarily. And yeah, we'll just do that. Yeah, no, we'll do it, we'll do it. Okay, that'll keep them from walking very far. Even do a second attack like that, in fact, and just try to freeze everybody we can. But again, won't really affect the flyers. You can't really shoot anybody here except the front ally anyway, so we'll do that. I haven't really calculated this as thoroughly as I usually would, but we just want to play aggressively and bust things down, so let's make sure we know what the movement range is on these guys. No surprises. Yeah, this guy's gonna walk off the side a bit if we're not careful. No, but that's okay, we need to shoot him. And we go radiant? Yeah, we can. Am I standing on fire there? That's okay. We can get out of the fire afterwards.
Thanks for the business!
Yeah, we'll get her out of there. But first, Yeah, these guys don't go that far. Just need to do a bit of obstruction, and also, yeah, once you activate Seedall, you can move him well out of the way. These guys don't go too far either. Let's mark this just to see it's safe. Probably need to do something about that one. And yeah, a lot of attackers going to come into that spot, but that's okay. She can pull away. These guys don't quite touch. We can also call doubles and obstruct. Might be excessively defensive to play that way though, but anyway, we'll potentially attack one and then yeah, because that'll definitely do it. Why don't you just have it take out two at a time and take advantage of the fact that these are all going to be frozen here. Unable to walk. More or less. I mean, you can get close enough for this to be an issue. 41 attack against 12, and she'll take 10. That will just need to hit that, I think. Or reactivate a whole bunch of units at once and just do the big push now while we have the chance. That might actually be best. That we'll do the super push where we usually do. So for example, activate here and move Seedall here. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Yeah, because the idea will be come down here and reactivate 4. Oh, I should have brought Seedall maybe down on this side. Yeah, this would have been smarter. Bring him down here. Just need to get some other attackers in the mix. She can come over here. Attack. That's okay. Seedall can get the second attack on her. She does not have a longbow. But we can get Jean down here because then the idea would be to try to rush more units down. No longbow. But if I don't mind taking some fire damage on my own, we can smack everything we like. Well, until I get caught by fire, of course. In my own right. Anyway, let's see what we can do. We'll test this out just to see what kind of damage numbers I'm looking at. And yeah, that's not survivable in long term. Yeah, no, Seedall really should come down here. That's okay. We'll put Jean here instead, and then have 4 attackers available. Maybe. Right, because then she can do this cluster. Yeah, no, I think we can do it. We'll figure something out. We'll make it work somehow.
A good wind.
Not my most meticulous plan. But we'll play it. In fact, we can just attack back here and just leave this cluster alive for the time being, since nobody's going to walk over anyway.
A little product demo. Thank you.
Yeah, crits are fun, as usual. And yeah, one of these guys can just be nuked by Pendreo over here by himself, even if he does take some damage to do it. And yeah, it looks like we'll be activating 3 by the looks of it. And we'll determine who that's going to be. Great Lance will not be quite enough to take this one out, but might be able to take out one of the other ones who's close by. That'll be good enough. As long as we don't get into Warp Ragnarok range, although let's take a look at her damage on this. Yeah, 40 magic damage, probably would have been more on top of that. We don't want to mess with it. 49 damage, in fact. Ideally, we can javelin somebody. That would be the best, or spear somebody, I guess. Or we just hit this guy. Move on. Anyway, let's stamp Pendreo into fire. He'll live. Oops. Yay. These guys won't do anything down here. Do we activate this or do we activate this? It's going to be 3 units either way because we're going to be using Louis for something. So how do we get Chloe, Alchris, Jean? We get Seedall, Alchris, Jean, and then the good thing about Seedall is that we can have a bit of flexibility when it comes to which unit we activate afterwards. I think I prefer that. But we'll try to do some little combinations here. Pretty dire hit rate. Yeah, none of those are going to hit very effectively, but we'll try it. Yeah, I didn't think so, but once we activate the whole cluster, we might be a little better off. Not really. Oh yeah, I guess the difference is that if you activate these 3 directly rather than reactivating Seedall, it does give them their stat increases. That may be relevant here because we know that Chloe's going to hit somebody hard. So yeah, instead of using Senile twice here, then we should actually use each of these once. Only issue is who they're actually going to hit. Yeah, Alcris can go over here. Jean can do something. Oh, we can go left. Yeah. Let's do this.
Lend me your strength.
And we'll just do the Goddess stance here.
Let the lesson begin.
Push. Okay, so Jean can't do much. He must punch this out. Not even in range of the future mages. Oh, look at that. 1 point of damage. Short of what we need to do. Unbelievable. Now that's okay, we can do some kind of defensive wall or something with him. Bait another unit in. Brave Bow will get this down most of the way, but not quite. Electro Dude, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying the splatting. Yeah, okay, we just need to find some kind of way to create a wall here so we don't deal with too many incoming attackers at once. Because he got defense 22. Yeah, that is for 4, so that's not awful. Maybe there's some weak links in here, though. We know Chloe can kill over here. But yeah, Jean's got a dead weight here. We should have left him out and then brought Cedal down here instead. So, rather notable mistake. This guy must go down, though. He is going to hit a little too hard. And these, well, we'll have to figure something out too. Make sure they don't gang up too hard on anybody vulnerable. Thankfully, all of my guys are pretty high speed, so. We can go just... You know what? If we engage, that gives me enough damage to punch through this. That's actually the simplest solution. We should have just come up with that in the first place. And because of the unique vulnerabilities of Flashing Fist, we will take it down to the side. Like over here. 1 point of damage makes all the difference.
First one's great.
You're about to start. We don't play games before 9 a.m.
Why do we repeat our mistakes?
I didn't know that, actually, but I guess that explains why instead of playing anything before 9 a.m., you would hang out here on a stream instead, which I certainly won't complain about. In fact, I might even recommend it. Okay, so we've got Chloe and Lynn, we've got Alcris and Violet, who are going to That'll be available down here. So the question is, do we try to charge in with them? Do we try to do a blocking play instead? So these two will not hit anything over there. So we stay out of range. We just need to make sure we don't have these guys double up on me somehow. Speed 29. Survivable. If we manage to hit, then whoever sits in this corner would potentially have to take 2 attacks. Well, whoever sits here would also potentially have to take 2 attacks at strength 34. So let's see what we're dealing with here. I think you can probably take it. This would be the biggest risk here, and even so, I think he's in okay shape. And in fact, we've got to engage on him as well. Not that he's winding up within melee range of anybody. Quadruple hit. Is quad hit accessible at 2 range? I actually don't know this. Let's try it.
Sorry you're stuck with me.
Yeah, no. It's not gonna work either. No critical hits on any of this stuff either. Okay, let's not depend too heavily on that. Yeah, we could just let everybody here attack in and they'll probably be fine. And the only issue is anything on this corner, which will be fine. We should be able to burn down 1 unit prior to that. There's no reason we can't kill 1. The question is whether by leaving, say, these 3 alive, we open ourselves up to some vulnerabilities when it comes to people attacking in. I think possibly we just need to live with that, but also, no, you can always pull Chloe back out of position, so he's not so much an issue. Because she can always come back and block or go into the thicket or something. In fact, if she comes out here and fires, then she can move back over to this side. That would be productive. Oh, in fact, she'll just straight up kill, which is going to be pretty solid. Alkers will not just kill. Unfortunately, he'll get reasonably close. Yeah, actually, no, we can do it. We just need to figure out who's going to attack into this spot. There'll be 1 attacker coming in here, and I'll be fine.
I can't retreat now.
And we'll see if we've calculated correctly. Yeah, maybe create a bit of a defensive wall over here to prevent anybody from doubling up against me, because we can sustain 1 attack from this guy. In fact, I think everybody can, so. But we don't want to attack too deeply in here. Oh, you know what? We still have Ivy available. I didn't even realize that. So we could very well take out as many as 2 more units. We just need to make sure we don't run into issues here with these guys doubling up on us. Okay. Yeah, the question is whether I'll survive the next hit afterwards if we have more swordsmen bringing the heat and bearing down on me from this side. Like they go attack 1, attack 2, and then we've got some trouble. Yeah, the hit rate's actually kind of terrible on those as well, so we should not depend on that. That's one factor I haven't looked at closely enough. That hit rates are bad. And if that's the case, we don't necessarily want to attack in case we have a huge whiff. So yeah, we're actually going to pull to this location here. Maybe even over here. No, it doesn't work unless you put a way that this world works from time to time. Yeah, we'll just park her here. No, we'll park her here. And yeah, we'll just stand him in the back, unless he can go longbow. He can totally go longbow, actually. Nobody can reach him. Let's do that. That'll be most useful. Okay, long turn. Oh, we got it. We'll probably have at least one unit smack pretty hard on the left, but it's going to do nothing. It's going to soften it up. Works for me. Yeah, thankfully backup damage isn't going to hit too hard. I never know how this is calculated. Why it's 6 damage specifically. Excellent. 2% critical, that's still going to do it. And yeah, we got some Griffin Knights over here. This is the point at which we actually use Ivy's power to freeze the entire cluster. Because she just needs to get in here and drop a Thoron on the one in the center, and then everything just stays down. We'll probably be doing that as our play. She would need to get to this square here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, she'll easily go within range. And if we do need to pull her out afterwards, we just do that. Anyway, still have Marin way over here, out of position. We'll see if we need her for anything. Okay. Yeah, we've got lots of options here. In fact, we can fire, but I guess that only takes it down to 1 HP though, right? If I remember the rule set for this correctly, so it's not really that effective. What you should really be doing is sniping this guy. And the Brave Bow will not quite do it by itself, but what if he goes... Was he already on El Thunder? Yes, he is, so 3 range will not do anything. That's okay. A little bit of health in return for this is actually fine, as long as we make sure we are out of that cluster. And we'll just hit. And if Back to Luna is going to give me the extra boost in damage that I need. Let you do time to channel your inner Mobius yet. Are you fighting the Horror Boros? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I'll have to get in on that at some point this weekend. I did enjoy the big run very much last time, even though I did quite poorly, statistically speaking. Okay, we don't want all of our bows to be that far out of position, but we do want to see... Yeah, we're actually pretty safe against these guys. But yeah, Ivy can go over here and actually hit one, and then hit another one over here. So she'll go over here. 3, Thorin in the center. 3, 4, 5. He's gonna go here. And just attack immediately. And even if she misses, that's fine on this one. We'll just keep going. Don't have as much time to play this time around, but that's okay, yeah. That happens. Anyway, we're going to use Corrin's power. I'm quite confident this will work. Now let's do the central position here just in case we need to back anybody up. In fact, yeah, we'll do it over here. It is going to bait Warp Ragnarok over. The Celica will attack in. And it's going to hurt. But it might be possible for me to do some kind of repositioning to get her out. Also, the thing about Corrin's power is that I can use the torrential roar as well. I can also rescue her out if we have a staff user still up and running. We might not. And we'll figure it out. Yeah, because we can choose to freeze just these two, but why would we do that? We could also chain guard. That might actually work better. If we chain guard her out of Warp Ragnarok. And indeed, even if we use, say, Jean... Or not Jean, where's Louis? Louis can kind of come down here, peel her out. No, he doesn't go quite far enough. That's okay. I was hoping to use Louis to do a reposition on her. But we'll just do it this way. And a little concerned about my speed if we do switch to Thunder, that's the only thing.
Emblem, engage!
Okay. Yeah, we'll check my speed first of all. Speed 20. Well, Warp Ragnarok is only going to hit once. It doesn't double, so... And it can't double. As long as we hit this with a Thorin, we're fine. It doesn't even need to hit. That's not the point. We'll just freeze the whole set. Okay, so these guys are all frozen. Yeah, main thing is, does Celica get drawn out? If she does, then we just fight her right away and we try to win the map quickly, even if we don't manage to farm as much experience and money off the back. Now, this is the only one who's carrying loot anyway. So if we eventually want to smack it, we can do it. But in fact, Chloe can drop some doubles just to make this extra secure. Yeah, because we can basically chain guard into this, and Warp Ragnarok comes, and it comes. I wonder if there's a better way to pull it out, though. Yeah, we'll definitely drop some doubles, I think. That seems like a good idea. Even if it does just bait a few attacks. We could even do it in a position that allows me to maybe get the doubles to, you know, do some damage to counter these. Might work, might not. Anyway, let's kill some of this stuff. And this stuff, that matter. Let's just go back here. Pretty straightforward.
All in a day's work.
And then Pendrell, we'll just do this one. Now we'll actually take him down in a lower position so he can run up later. No point staying on the boat in this circumstance. In fact, we'll just continue pushing. And yeah, we'll just fight over here pretty straightforwardly, unless of course we go instruct down here and just buff everybody up, which might be better because we can just take them back here. I kind of like that. Just to get some extra defense going. And then we just snipe these two on the side. Pretty simple. Oh, no wonder I wasn't doing that much damage. I was on Spear. I actually should have done more damage and probably killed some of these units.
So your tale
is. Last turn, I was just on the wrong weapon. That's what happens when you scroll around so much. And we'll keep her in position over here. Massive overkill. That's what happens when the previous attack just missed. Okay. And then we'll just chain guard down here. Seems to be the best way to do it. And yeah, she'll take herself down this way. So we'll find out whether Warp Ragnarok gets baited in or not very soon. Let's change the shield. Oh, Wind Sword. I guess I didn't see that unlock that from Erica. That's okay. We'll tack into some of this stuff next turn. We can in fact see what it does. Yeah, it's not going to quite get killed, but it is going to get pretty far. Anyway, Chain Guard is going to be the name of the game here. We might not even need to because the resilience is so high, but and yeah, nobody's gonna hit me here, so we'll just keep things as is, and we'll Oh, this guy here. That just leaves Marin at the back. Might as well just bring her up. Okay, let's see if this works. Does Celica come out to play? Yes, she does. 20 damage. That's fine. We can deal with it. Okay, more summons out the back. That's fine. I mean, we can just try to win the map this turn. Yeah, unfortunately, it means we'll probably miss out on the loot here as well as some of the experience, but I think we can just do it. Seraphim, let's watch this. She's going to be stuck on this one. It's going to be a 40 magic attack tome. Any other surprises we need to know? Not really. Ivy can probably do the torrential roar attack. And it will once again freeze every unit here and just lock them down. And so she should do this with at least one turn, given that Celica's resilience is high enough that we're not going to be using Ivy as an attacker necessarily. Maybe we check the various swords and such to see what she does, but for the most part, yeah, her weapon set is not going to be what we need here. So, Torrential Roar, however, is going to freeze everybody here, and we should just go ahead and do that.
I've made my choice.
Now, the thing about Celica, though, is that even if she's frozen, she might still be able to jump around with Warp Ragnarok. I don't know if she can. I'm guessing the answer would be yes. Depending on whether the ability is consecutively available. I know there's usually, on the other maps anyway, an indication of whether she'll be able to do that from turn to turn. But anyway, her stats are down. We will now just complete what we can. Once again, way out of position here. That's okay. We'll basically bring in everybody we can to attack. Alchrist should be able to do a longbow over here. And Gage won't do anything for him, so yeah, we need to just burn her down with everything we've got, I think. Where's Jean? Jean and Erica, Twin Strike. Well, the Rapier will do enough. We'll do 50. What is her starting pool usually? It's 53, okay. So that's an option. Especially if we kind of reload him. Because a standard attack here with Flashing Fist is also going to take her down and break her. Flashing Fist, in fact, will be something that can take her down to full health, so if we want to do Twin Strike, we do it now, and then we refresh him with Seedall. We should actually do adjacency bonus as much as possible, but no, we'll be fine, I think. So we know how to take her down twice already. We now just need somebody to complete the set here and do how much damage? 16 this way. $36 this way. That's 52 combined. And she's not going to get pushed around either, is she? Okay. A Sword of the Creator will do it, in fact. 3 houses. And in fact, Sword of the Creator would allow me to position myself to give the longbow a bit of an extra kick. This is exactly 40. We should do that now, in fact. Let's Yeah, because Sword of the Creator allows me to buff up whoever's attacking from melee range. Or with a longbow. Going over there. Walker's over there. I'm just figuring out the positioning that will work for this. Yeah, we're going to be leaving a lot of experience on the table again, but I'm kind of eager to finish the map, so. Electrodude, you were telling me low tide glowflies. You were saying a few minutes ago, low tide glowflies is hilariously broken. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm kind of at the tier in sort of mid-professional where, depending on team you get, people either know how to deal with glowflies or they don't. And there's a very stark difference between the two. Anyway, let's smack her. 37% in return. Yeah, we can do this.
You are a kind soul.
We need to mind any surprises in, of course, her future phases after we break the first HP bar. There were certainly some surprises in the last map.
However, the world cannot be saved with kindness alone.
I've learned it takes strength as well.
One alone is a plan only for failure.
Okay.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
Yeah, we won't get anywhere near the back line with the dragons. It's funny because earlier on in, well, the early maps in Fire Emblem Engage, I was doing as many optional objectives as possible, clearing the map, just trying to lock down the boss, etc. But then the further I got into the paralogs, once I started missing a few optional objectives, I did start just kind of expediently completing the maps much more often. I mean, a lot of these maps are also meant to just kind of put you under a bit of time pressure with the respawns as well, so you can try to farm experience all day, but, you know, in a game where you're allowed to grind outside battles regardless, it really doesn't matter either way. Anyway, Jean can do Twin Strike for one round and do... Seedall. Where is he? He's over here. Yeah, I actually should have positioned Violet here. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have gone here. I should have gone here. But Twin Strike, let's see how much it does when I am standing next to Violet. It actually does enough. And then I just use Seedall's movement power to get over here and tap him. And who knows, maybe we can even get something else going here. Because, let's say I attack with Celica over here. You know, it might be possible to do this. Because if I refresh Chloe, Chloe can come and kill this guy. And Alchris can do just enough damage that together they collaborate for one attack. And then Jean gets to finish her. This should work, in fact. Just a matter of who will pick up the experience for doing it. I probably don't want her to take any return damage because she'll be fighting the dragon down below. I mean, Electrodude, given that it's Inkblot Art Academy, I assume that you just stand on the high ground and shoot down. I haven't looked at the map, but that's what I would assume, because when I think about that map, the first thing I think of is how do you exploit the tower. Okay, so we're gonna go Chloe over here. And this will definitely be kill. And we know Jean's Twin Strike is going to do the trick as well. So we actually are going to get loot objective just fine. I'm glad I took the time to actually map this out and think about it, because we can do it. Let's make sure we don't get out of Seedall's range, though. He's going to go up to some ridiculous movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's not go too far. Let's just stand here, just to make absolutely sure we can do this. Okay. In fact, we could have pulled her back, but then she would have still remained out of range.
Emblem, engage!
Okay, let's go down here. We'll get to dance on her. And we can hang around, whatever. Quality time. And anyway, she should be able to kill this, because this bow smacks the dragon around. And that's the only one with loot, so that's the only one we actually care about. And then we just finished the map with Jean coming in with a Twin Strike, which with Rapier will do enough. And no one else here can do anything. They're all out of range of any possible usefulness, so... let's just do it. Grab the 1,000 gold and go.
A good wind.
Okay. Yeah, sure, we can canter around, whatever. And is there really nothing else we can do with these units? No, they're just so far out of position. They're nowhere close to being useful. Yeah, we'll stand here. We'll go Twin Strike, and that'll be it.
This is war. So be it. So be it.
Okay. The Emblem paralogs have actually gotten noticeably easier in some ways, but that's partly because I'm not chasing the optional objectives as hard. But there was a point early on when you started hitting some of the early ones, like Lynn's Paralog, which I think is the first one you get, where because you just haven't unlocked very many rings at that point, you're actually severely underpowered if you take the map right away. Whereas now we're kind of at the part of the power curve where I think we are easily outstripping what the maps are willing to throw at you, just because we have so many powers at our disposal.
The victory is yours. That was very well done.
Thank you, Celica.
You grow stronger, along with the power of your bonds. Keep forging deeper connections with your allies as you fight this war. Do that, and you will have the strength you need to save this world.
I understand. And I'll do my best to strengthen the bonds I have.
Once you've used that strength to bring peace with kindness, you can build a world where no one hurts for the sake of hurting.
Do you really think that's something I can do?
Oh, the road will be long and treacherous.
If you say so, Celica.
Well, keep doing your best.
Yes, we will.
Okay, we'll take a look at what unlocks with her between levels 10 and 20. And we'll take a look at any conversations and also walk around the map. Take long walks on the beach, as it were. In the post-battle segment. If there is one. There should be. There we go. We can even see what her fortress looks like. On the ground. You know, having these columns in the middle of nowhere reminds me oddly enough of the episode in the original Star Trek where Captain Kirk and the gang run into the god Apollo. And he's pretty much in a setup that's exactly like this. You know, where you just have 3 columns sitting in the middle of nowhere. I believe the title of the episode is Who Mourns for Adonis? Anyway, that just came to mind. It wasn't clear to me from looking at the map overhead that that's what Celica's home base here would look like, simply because we just never got near it. We just never went to play there. Let's grab some pets. Interestingly, even though the Emblem paralogs have seemed to get easier, the story maps have seemed to get quite a bit harder. In spite of the fact that they have a lower recommended level. But it's not really the level or the stats that are the issue there. It's this kind of understanding map-specific mechanics when you see them for the first time. And being careful enough not to fool around too much the way I like to do. But anyway, let's take a look at what's going on with conversations here. We have a couple of supports to look at. Bonds, not really. Given the current time on stream, I think we probably will not start the next map, which will be Chapter 21. At least not today. We'll continue it after the weekend. Our plan, of course, is to go back to Mario Maker for weekends for tomorrow's stream. And then I'm quite eager to get to the end of this game after that, though. I'm thinking currently that I should be able to get it done within, say, 2 weeks or so. Hopefully shorter, but, you know, we'll take our time and do the maps with the kind of extra patient and I dare say plodding deliberation we've shown so far. And so yeah, next time we will be over here in this place here that kind of vaguely resembles Bowser's castle rising from the sea after you finish Choco Island and get past a ghost ship. Oddly enough, that's what this really does remind me of. If you look at this layout, you know, you just kind of go around the world in a clockwise fashion. Donut Plains, Cookie Mountain, etc. And then you wind up here. Fire Emblem, of course, was originally introduced in Japan kind of within a year of Super Mario World, although it didn't come to the West until 2003. But there's your little Super Mario World connection, dubiously enough. Do we want to see some conversations? Sure, let's do that, and then we'll kind of end on that note today. Hey, we got an A support with Louis at long last.
Thank you for your help, Divine One. I always have such trouble deciding on gifts to buy for my brothers.
It was nothing. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to get any gift from their big brother. How's the letter going, by the way?
That was my original intent.
Why's that?
Well, the purpose of the letter and gifts was that I wasn't sure when next I shall be home. But when it came time to put pen to paper...
I wouldn't worry about the best way to say it.
Something from the heart. How are you? I'm doing well?
No, it's like the gift. The important thing is to make it clear.
Wise words. You are correct, of course. Thank you. And so long as I'm writing to them, I shall tell them all about you.
Me?
My brothers should know how wonderful you are. You won't object to me introducing a precious friend to my family, will you?
Aw, Louis. You're embarrassing me.
One observation about the A support conversation in this game. We've only seen 2 so far. Off stream I saw the one with Citrin. But we've only started reaching the point in this game where my A supports with the avatar are starting to line up. The music to that segment is, out of everything in this game so far, the most like the music from Three Houses, which had very similar orchestration with the later support conversations in particular. And I say it, of course, acknowledging that this game does pay musical tribute to each of the other Fire Emblem games when you play on the respective maps. So, you know, on the Three Houses map or Byleth's Paralog, you do hear, what is it, the something of Dawn. I used to know this by heart. Whatever. Edge of Dawn?
Christ, do you have a moment?
I do, Divine One.
I know what it sounds like. I never know the titles of anything.
Why are you standing like that?
I'm preparing to bow.
And why are you doing that?
I want to be ready in case I need to apologize for something.
Oh, for the love of... There's no need for that.
Oh? What about it?
I need you to understand something about me. We share the same footing.
I wish I could follow that order, but...
Hey, come on.
I'm very sorry to disappoint you.
I guess it can't be helped.
My own way? I'm aware that I often bring the mood down around others. I'm nowhere near as confident as my brother, despite all of that. You really think it's okay?
I do, but I hope that someday...
Very well. Thank you for your advice.
Were these the only ones today, or there was one more, right? Louie and Chloe, yeah. That's going to be another A support as well.
Shall we observe some more lovely scenes today, Chloe?
Sure, Louie. Here's hoping we can spot a really dashing one.
Ah, yes. I have this for you.
You brought me dried fish? I've never seen any quite this color. All those blues and greens and yellows.
I'm told it's quite rare and not often found at market.
Kind of reminds me of the diseased fish, the radioactive ones that you find underwater in Subnautica, and
That's the sort of folk food you prefer, yes?
the
Take it in case you feel peckish.
pollution and corruption starts to spread. Anyway, that's the kind of coloration that's being described, I'm sure.
Thanks, Louie. It looks great. But I don't think I ever mentioned to you my love for folk foods.
I think she's mentioned to every single person she's talked to in this game, or mentioned her love for folk foods.
Oh, Chloe. I've spent too much time observing you not to be an expert on the subject by now.
I've been on stream too long, I can't talk straight. Anyway.
But then, I'm not one to talk.
Food. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I got you some dried grapes.
Why, thank you, Chloe.
I do know. I've been watching you too.
You've been watching me?
Just like you've been watching me. No matter who you're with, Louie, it always looks like something out of a fairy tale.
Turnabout is fair play.
We know a lot about each other at this point.
Isn't it, though? Some might call it odd that I learned your preferences via observation.
Not me. It makes perfect sense.
I suppose you're right.
Well, if we both have our favorite snack...
Quite so. I think it's going to be another lovely day, my friend.
Okay, that's it for them. And yeah, we haven't really been doing much of the side activities to build A supports within the party. And of course, a lot of characters in this game have gone unused, much more than usual for me in a Fire Emblem campaign. But we're starting to get the A supports together, and with that, better and better hit rates across the board, which is the thing we're really going for. Anyway, next time, Chapter 21, we have probably one side chapter ahead of us after that, whenever we decide to grab Marth again. That may be soon, that may be later, but we'll have what looks to be a series of maps driving us down towards the final stretch. Beginning with Lithos Castle. I don't think we're quite at the end yet. I think we have a few maps ahead of us. That's just my sense. But we'll see how long that takes. It's going to be back to Mario Maker, and then back to Fire Emblem after that, at least on stream. Obviously, off stream this weekend. Much else going on in Nintendo Land as well. Electro Duty were saying they were both stalkers. Yeah, the thing about Fire Emblem support conversations is that, you know, you begin with characters who seem very one-note, where they have one personality trait that defines them. You can even read about them in a notebook in this game. Over here, so example, you want Chloe. She is somebody you find out more and more about as you talk to her, and it mostly just involves food. And Louis, most of his conversations just involve surveillance. But that is their common bond, and they managed to squeeze some chit-chat out of that. But yeah, as you unlock supports with the characters, you unlock more pages in the book, which is something that is unique to this game. Not entirely unique. There were these really huge character cards that were in the Three Houses as well that went quite deep, because the characterization in that game was much more thorough than pretty much any other one in the series. But anyway, that's our team for the time being. And that is also going to be the end of this stream. So, thank you so much for watching. We'll see if it's worth the while to send you on to anybody else afterwards, since we do at least have a handful of viewers, which is not always the case when I'm playing Fire Emblem, since this has been something I've been doing kind of quietly on the side. But we'll scan around for another destination, and in the meantime, we will thank you for watching, and bid you, as always, a wonderful weekend ahead of you. Whatever it is you are playing, or doing, or spectating, or, I don't know, verbing. Take care. Have a great day. Have a great night. Whatever applies. And above all, fare thee well.